forces are coming to the site. If you look at the distance, you could find a humming machine. The local power grid initiated this equipment installation yesterday night. And also, you could find the wires on the tents. So with the all-night-long efforts by the local power grid, this settlement has already had access to electricity. And also they have some spare efforts and some spare equipment to continue to ensure the power supply. Now, the generator's power may not be sufficient to meet the demand of all the home appliances, for example, heating appliance by the locals. So with more efforts going in, and if everything goes well, by about 1 p.m. today, they could finally ensure the normal need of the locals for power. In addition, on the site, I find more rescue forces arriving. For example, here, that's the rescue medics, tents, and also we have some firefighters on their way, and on the roadside, you can also find some emergency response vehicles parking. That's why we are able to report to you the information right now. According to our observation, yesterday in the midnight, we still find some vehicles coming on their way. Some vehicles were loaded with the rescue materials, rushing to the epicenter. This morning, all the rescue efforts ran to the different rescue sites. And later on, we will continue to follow their traces in different directions to cover the information of rescue efforts instantly. For example, this is now the golden hours of rescue efforts. We will see whether we can rescue more people trapped. And we're looking forward to more miracles of life.
地震发生后，救援随即展开，并且持续进行。截至昨天夜间，共搜救出被困群众407人，转移安置受灾群众3.04万余人。截至昨天晚上10点，定日县县城及协格尔镇、冈嘎镇、嘉措乡、荣峡乡、扎西宗乡、长索乡、克马乡已经恢复供电。目前，因为地震损坏的路段已经全部抢通。此次地震受灾较严重地区集中在定日县的长索乡、错果乡、曲洛乡。今天，多路救援力量在持续展开救援抢险和安置点完善工作。
Today, the improvement works continue in the affected area. Changsuo village of Dingri County is one of the core places affected. Multiple firefighter trucks are running there for rescue efforts. Now let's see the rescue team's efforts this morning in Dingri County. For now, I am now in Changsuo village. After the earthquake, our firefighters team have gathered by dispatching 20 people and 3 vehicles, rushing to the epicenter. After completing the daytime rescue efforts, on top of that, based on the headquarters' centralized arrangement and requirements during the nighttime, we worked together with the additional efforts. We rearranged our division of labor and coordinated with each other to go to Xizang village and other villages. And also, we put up the tents and resettle the villagers. Right now, different efforts are going on smoothly according to the requirements. On the August of January, today, according to the instructions from the authority, we will go all out to conquer the difficulties of high altitude and high intensity of rescue efforts to continue the search efforts. We hope to rescue as many affected people as possible And based on the fire situation and local circumstances, as well as the population density, we will have some fire checks and publicize the knowledge about firefighting to avoid any fire incidents. The main rescue methods include the guidance by the locals, the teamwork for screening, and the search dogs. Because of the high magnitude and poor resistance of the earthquakes of the local houses, as well as high altitude, we face multiple difficulties. The first one is the complicated landform. It's very difficult to arrive instantly. Secondly, very poor climatic conditions. So it's very difficult for the rescue works. And also the local guarantee work is challenged. Changshu village rescue work is centering on relocating the people and properties. The settlements will bring us some updates in Gurong village by the rescue teams. I arrived yesterday afternoon at 6 o'clock. The local houses collapsed in multiple places, but with the local rescue efforts, we could transport to the sites. And on my way, I saw many military vehicles driving toward the most severely hit areas. With high altitude, according to the statistics, by 7 this morning, there were about 10 other tremors following. And the engineering machines and vehicles have searched 97 households in the affected area, and the search work has been completed. The most severely affected population have been transferred to the People's Hospital in Dingri County and other designated hospitals for some treatment. And the belongings have been relocated to the open air. And also, we have put up 2 temporary settlements, including 22 tents. 200 affected population have been relocated there, and we instantly ensured their access to medics, mineral water, drugs, and other necessities. Before the dusk time yesterday, in the 2 temporary settlements, we also installed the generators and heating facilities to ensure the locals' heating needs. We also have carried 1,500 bottles of mineral water and brought with us the quilts and other materials. So we're helping the affected people to put everything in order and ensure their daily needs. Up till now, in the affected area, the rescue work is going on smoothly and different relief measures are in place. Ever since the earthquake hit, the military efforts fight against the clock to ensure the heating needs of the locals by putting up the tents. The Xizang team of military people went to many villages for rescue work. With the freezing weather and high altitude, these people are putting up the tents all night long. They put up the stands and put on some humidity-resistant mats to provide warm shelter for the people. 580 tents have been put up by the soldiers. We fought against the nighttime, even though the temperature has been down to 50 Celsius degrees below zero. We are also going all out to ensure that the people could go through the warm night. And Lat's Tuling village lowest temperature hit below 10 below zero. So how are they doing during the night? And what about their morning breakfast? We have Lu Keyu, our reporter from there. Please share more with us. I am now in Tuli village of Laz County. I know you're all concerned about how did they weather through yesterday during the night. So let's go to the tents to interview some people. Hello there. As we can see, they are having breakfast right now. It's called chango in the Xizang dialect. And it's quite similar to laozao. It's a very commonly seen breakfast meal. This morning, the local people used what they have at hand to make this breakfast with, for example, Highland barley wine. And you can see the thick quilts and mats. Those are where the people slept yesterday night. That's the tents, cloths, and on top you can find 2 to 3 layers of mats to withdraw the coldness. And those are the quilts. Yesterday, we carried them from their households, and some were sent by the villages and townships. I think they may be wrapped up by 4 to 5 layers of quilts yesterday night because of the temperature. And this is a stove in the tent. As you can see, it's still burning. It burns the feces of cow. This bag holds the manure. It was full when it was put here yesterday in the beginning, but now only 1/10 is left. Today there will be another bag of manure carried here to the settlement to ensure the heating facilities. In addition to those, in the tents, outside, the rescue workers are dispatching the materials for today. You can find some instant noodles, bottled water, and in the white bags, they contain the newly dispatched quilts and cloths. According to the updates, by the afternoon, there will be more materials coming from, for example, Shigas City. So that's about Chuling Village settlement. That's what our reporter brought us from the Dingri County. Dingri County, Sangka Village also has dilapidated houses. The public security firefighters, the border teams formed the emergency response team to do the rescue works. Some locals are still carried out from the ruins. A boy was safely out. The medics had instant examination and treatment of him. Another middle-aged woman is still buried under. With multiple efforts, the rescue workers successfully carried her from the collapsed house. The rescue workers wrapped her up in the quilts and carried her elsewhere. They transferred her to the Dingri County Hospital. She's out of danger now. So the injured people were carried to the Dingri Hospital for some treatment, and our reporter has went there during the night. I am now in the Dingri County Hospital. Behind me, those were some temporary tents with 4 beds in each. For now, the hospital treated 188 people. The majority of those injured had bone fractures and also injuries in their heads and chest. We examined them with the help of CT, the ultrasonic examination. Some have serious bone fractures in their spines, so we had some experts for counseling. And to better ensure instant treatment, since the noontime, the Shigas medical teams formed a team of 30 experts and 100 people, including different departments. And according to the demands, the Dingri County Hospital had about 120 empty beds available for the injured. Ever since the earthquake, the Ecological and Environmental Authority responded quickly, dispatching the cages to form emergency response team to arrive at the affected area, especially for the water source quality and pollution situation. They would have some surveillance in order to have instant information about the environment. Now, all workers in the environmental authority are standing by. They will dispatch all the monitoring workers to ensure the ecology safety.
emergency rescue operations, we often talk about the golden 72 hours, meaning that within 3 days, trapped survivors have a higher chance of survival if rescued. However, given the uniquely low temperatures in this area, trapped victims may not be able to sustain life for that long due to the cold, so the time requirements for the rescue are more stringent than in other regions. From what we can see of the current situation, the villages near the severely affected areas mainly consist of single-story or at most two-story buildings. This might make rescue operations less challenging. We can also see from television footage that transportation has been somewhat affected. We don't yet know if there are any large-scale landslides or mudflows, and with snow-capped mountains nearby, there's uncertainty about potential avalanches. If these occur, they would also impact emergency rescue operations.
headquarters in Beijing. We're bringing live coverage of the magnitude 6.8 earthquake that jolted Dingri County in southwest China's Xizang Autonomous Region earlier on Tuesday morning. And we'll bring you live coverage, including live cross-tour correspondents and experts on the latest rescue efforts and operations there in southwest China's Xizang Autonomous Region. And I would like to first bring you the latest figures and casualties here. As of Tuesday evening at 7 p.m., the casualties, the death toll has jumped to 126 as of 7 p.m., with 188 others injured, according to local authorities. While 28 people with serious injuries are being treated at a local hospital, and at least 3,609 houses have collapsed. That's according to authorities from Shikaz City. Well, overnight, the latest situation is, as of today at 10 a.m., a total of 660 aftershocks have been recorded in Shikaz, Tibet, with the strongest aftershock measuring 4.4 in magnitude. Well, as of on January the 7th, 2025, which is yesterday on Tuesday at 9:05 a.m., a 6.8 magnitude earthquake has struck Dingri County in Shikaz City, Tibet Autonomous Region, Xizang Autonomous Region. And as of 10 a.m. on January the 8th, a total of 660 aftershocks have been recorded, including 31 aftershocks of magnitude 3.0 or above. Especially, there were 28 aftershocks measuring between 3.0 and 3.9, and 3 aftershocks measuring between 4.0 and 4.9. So, which means the strongest aftershock recorded so far is 4.4, which occurred about 18 kilometers from the epicenter of the main quake, which you're now looking at the file footage recorded earlier on the devastations and debris occurred at the epicenter. We'll definitely bring you more details on the relief and rescue operations as they become available. We'll be talking to our correspondents at the scene and experts to explain for more insights on the aftershocks and possible rescue relief challenges. And China's Ministry of Water Resources on Tuesday has launched a fourth level emergency response, which is the lowest level, to the 6.8 magnitude earthquake that jolted Dingri County in southwest China's Xizang Autonomous Region. So the ministry has called for the immediate mobilization of personnel and technical teams to conduct a thorough investigation and risk assessment of water conservancy projects in the earthquake affected area, as well as to evaluate potential secondary disasters. And also internationally, we have seen a lot of international responses, including on Tuesday, Chinese President Xi Jinping has called for all-out efforts to ensure the safety and property and of the people affected in the epicenter. And earlier this morning, Russian President Vladimir Putin has expressed condolences to China over the Xizang earthquake. Putin on Tuesday extended, quote, sincere condolences on the tragic aftermath of a powerful earthquake that jolted southwest China's Xizang Autonomous Region. And he said, quote, Russia shares the grief of those who lost their families and close ones in the disaster and hopes for a speedy recovery of the injured. We'll definitely bring you more international responses to the earthquake. You're now viewing pictures, which is the file earlier on the devastations and debris of the epicenter. We can see temporary shelters and tents being established and debris at the epicenter. We have sent different correspondents to the epicenter to bring you live coverage of the latest rescue and relief operations there. And Chinese President Xi Jinping has ordered all-out rescue efforts to save lives and to minimize casualties following the earthquake, which took a heavy toll after jolting the county in southwest China's Xizang autonomous region on Tuesday morning. Well, Xi Jinping has made an important instruction demanding the utmost efforts to carry out search and rescue and provide medical treatment for the injured. And he also urged efforts to prevent secondary disasters, properly resettle the affected residents, and handle the aftermath effectively. And we're now bringing you the latest figures on casualties and aftershocks as of in Xizang autonomous region, with the strongest aftershock at 4.4 magnitude. And the latest casualties stands at 126 as of 7 p.m. on Tuesday evening, with 188 others injured. And now we're seeing
Relief work after the magnitude 6.8 earthquake in Dingri County. We had a transfer flight from Xining to Xizang. We just arrived in Xizang County, and we would love to show you live pictures of the county. Our destination is the epicenter, Dingri County. It is estimated that in about 2.5 hours, we will arrive in Changsuo Township, the most severely hit place this time. And different forces are now trying to run to the epicenter. Firefighters, public security, and different other forces are now driving towards the headquarters. Later, together with these rescue workers, we would arrive in the epicenter. This is the national road, and in our camera, you can see a large number of the relief materials are driven to Dingri County. Just ahead of us, you can find a very small pickup transporting different sorts of emergency materials. I can see some food. And also there are some large-sized trucks carrying the tents, the quilts, and the cotton coats for the locals to keep warm. And some others are carrying the instant food. For example, the one ahead of us is now driving with the instant noodles. Some other rescue vehicles are returning to carry more materials back. So they have such return travels repeatedly. According to our knowledge, since 9 o'clock yesterday morning, when the 6.8 magnitude earthquake hit, till now, 660 tremors followed till now. For example, for those tremors above 3.0 magnitude, people can feel that 31 tremors happened. 28 of them are between 3.0 to 3.9. 3 tremors were between 4 to 4.9 magnitude. After the 6.8 magnitude of earthquake, the most severe one tremor was about 4.4 magnitude. And I solicited opinions from the earthquake experts, according to whom now we still experience many tremors, but judging by the number and the magnitude, they are pretty weak. That's mainly relevant to the features of this earthquake. Traditionally, we have experienced like a Xizang earthquake. This time, it's different. The crack happens when the 2 pieces of land blocks drag towards 2 opposite directions. We have heard about different other sorts of earthquakes, and compared to them, this round of earthquake is weaker. And the tremors would continue, but we will continue the monitoring. That's about the tremors. Next, about the rescue updates. This morning, we have gathered some pictures about the rescue efforts from above. Changsuo village, the most severely affected area, has the largest number of collapsed houses. A large number of houses were crashed. And in Changsuo village, most of those houses were made with the mud. That's why they have witnessed very severe collapse of houses. According to the experts, the 6.8 magnitude earthquake has a crack of about 9 degrees in the epicenter. In September 5th, 2022, during Luding earthquake, it was also 9 degrees of crack. For 9 degrees of crack, the cement houses may not crash, but for those muddy houses in the countryside, 9 degrees of a crack would certainly lead to the collapse of those houses. Multiple forces are still carrying out the rescue work in the epicenter, and today there would be the following tasks. The first task is to have the continued efforts of search and rescue. The priority of search and rescue includes not only the personnel, but also some livestock buried underground, because those livestock used to be very important properties of the locals. That's why we are trying all out to evacuate those trapped animals. The second task today is that many people flooded out in a hurry when the earthquake hit, and now they cannot willfully re-enter their houses. So according to the needs of the locals, our rescue workers are trying to rescue some of those materials still left behind in the houses, for example, to keep themselves warm. Another important task, according to our knowledge, is that there is an emergency power vehicle arriving at Gadan village, which is also severely affected. The power has been cut off in the village. So now with the emergency power generating vehicle, we are offering some urgently needed electricity for the village. And also there are different forces dispatched to help the villagers to relocate their materials, to generate some power. Some other people are helping with the tents. Even though in Changsuo village and township, a large number of houses were crashed, but in the surroundings of the ruins, you can find a lot more blue-colored tents put up. So those were the first batch of dispatched materials already in place of those most affected villages, helping the locals with their basic life needs. In addition, the emergency rescue headquarters is also encouraging multiple enterprises to come for help. For example, there were some construction entities in Xizang already. For example, the 21st Bureau of China Railway Construction Corporation dispatched their employees stationed in Xizang for construction work to go to Zhacun village for the rescue work. Besides, they actively gathered materials from elsewhere to help locals to weather through this difficulty. And they have two tasks. The first task is to transport the urgently needed materials. The second one is to transport the animals and materials for the locals and put up some tents. And also China Railway number 19 Bureau went to the site yesterday to help the transportation work as well. So those were the updates about the rescue work after the earthquake. And we have experienced some shift of rescue models. Once such major disaster happened, we need to do more to not only evacuate the trapped people, but also dispatch all of those SOEs administered by the central government. For example, their machines and their personnel to do the rescue work as long as they are close to the sites. They may also be involved in the reconstruction work. So you can find a lot of rescue materials going in the site, and also many big equipment and engineering machines moving towards the sites. The most urgently needed equipment include the electric equipment and other professional equipment for the evaluation of the emergency risks. For example, in the reservoirs, they need to reevaluate the safety conditions of the reservoir after the earthquake. And also there were some UAVs and some probe machines and equipment to do the monitoring and evaluation to avoid any further secondary risks or disasters. We find some details here. There is a bus. I'm not sure if you have noticed. In front of us, there is a big truck carrying materials, and just then there was a bus driving past us, written with the words like the Shiga's city on it. So, according to my estimate, from Dingri County to Shiga's, maybe the buses may be in normal operation already with some shifts running. Because I just saw one bus running on the way, so we need to confirm with the local authority about the public transport system. In addition to the materials, if you look at the truck in front of us, I see that they are stacked very high up. Most of them are for emergency response, and such materials coming from everywhere includes two categories. The first big category is about the centrally dispatched emergency response materials. And those materials have been stored in multiple locations nationwide. And I checked, such materials include tents, cotton quilts, coats, the generators, and the urgently needed stoves burning coal in the high altitude areas. On our way, we saw a whole truck carrying the stoves, burning coal. And also coal has been transported as well for heating purposes. Especially worth mentioning is that in the closest location, we would dispatch such centrally stored materials. But aside from that, our headquarters will galvanize the social forces. For example, some foundations or charity entities to donate some other materials according to the actual needs. Today, we met some workers from the rescue working team who came from Xining together with us. They coordinated with some foundations in Xining, Qinghai province since yesterday. They procured some urgently needed cotton coats for children and shoes for children of different sizes. They bought almost all the sizes. And in addition, they also procured some electric blankets and other medical materials and medications needed by the elderly people. So based on the local needs, they purchased very quickly in Xining. According to them, the first batch of the materials were already sent yesterday. It's planned that ever since noontime today, the first batch of materials will arrive in Dingri County and then be further dispatched to the villages below. I'm saying this because in recent years, tested by the rescue efforts of several earthquakes, our rescue work with the guarantee of materials would be ensured in a timely manner. Previously, in another winter time in the high altitude area, I saw that the children were wearing thin layers, and I called for the philanthropic enterprises to donate some coats for the children specifically, based on the situation in the stricken area. And very quickly after the show, in the second and third day, we received many materials for children, including the milk powder and diapers. This time, based on our experience of disaster relief in other high altitude area, since yesterday, after the hit, we fully considered the needs of the children and elderly. So we engaged with the enterprises and charity entities to purchase those materials, which are already underway. Unsurprisingly, they would arrive today. So for those who are concerned with the affected area, please be reassured by such information. Previously in our show, we saw that many children were in very poor conditions yesterday. They were just wrapped up in the quilts to keep themselves warm. The clothes and shoes were not taken out from the houses, from the dangerous houses. So such materials would be very important for those children. Also through our camera, you are seeing something. In some severely hit townships, the infrastructure, for example, the roads, are intact, especially the national highway. The road condition and the transportation are going on well. There is no traffic jam up till now, thanks to the traffic control measures locally. And with our live show, we would love to kindly remind you that for those social vehicles with no purpose of rescue work, please do not go to the epicenter, because we have to make room for those rescue vehicles. As you see, this highway has two ways, two lanes. If there are too many private cars running on the road, there would be a jam. In the previous experience of earthquake reconstruction, we had such an experience. And in some places, the road might be narrow to become only one-lane road. So we do call upon the charity enterprises to donate something. If you do have the will, please come to the local government. Through some coordination mechanism of relief measures, there would be some collective efforts to be done to transport those materials to the epicenter. Please do not drive on your own rack. We have to maximize the efficiency of transportation. Besides, how can we ensure that the rescue materials can quickly arrive in the most urgently needed places? I've talked with the people from the Rescue Coordination Division of the headquarters. Yesterday, they arrived in the epicenter already. They are now in the most dangerous villages. For one thing, they need to have some investigation work to learn about the materials and the rescue coordination and how to distribute those materials once they arrive. They have an emergency material coordination center to ensure that those materials would be accessing the most urgently needed villages, and every village could have some fair share of the materials. So such an emergency coordination mechanism is established to dispatch and distribute the materials in order to maximize the benefits for the people. Now let's look at the weather condition. It's pretty sunny. In the recent days, there is a temperature rise. Today, the maximum temperature in the epicenter during the daytime might be 10 above zero, but it's worth mentioning that the temperature difference during the day and night is pretty big. In the night, it may be lowered to 10 below zero, so there would be like a 20 Celsius degrees temperature difference. That's quite challenging for the rescue work. The rescue workers must adapt to the weather conditions. And in the night, with the temperature lowering very quickly, those temporary tents must be able to keep warm. So, even though putting up the tents seems easy, it requires professionalism. That's why we have so many professionals going to the epicenter to help the locals build up the settlement. Because there are certain criteria for the reconstruction. And with more heating machines coming in the future, another important thing is avoid the toxication by the carbon oxide because they burn the coal. And many rescue forces are helping with the construction work. We just got in contact with locals. We can make the calls to the most affected area, which means telecommunication is okay. So the headquarters guidance and the communication of the locals with people elsewhere can be ensured. So still the most urgently needed facilities include the heating facilities because of low temperature during the nighttime. And next to that, the cooking things. For example, the hot water. As we know, with high altitude, above 4,000 meters above sea level, the boiling level is about 85 Celsius degrees for the water. They cannot be boiled to 100 degrees. That's why they need very professional boiling equipment. For some other details, the emergency rescue headquarters contacted a local enterprise producing the power generation machine specially designed for the high altitude area. It can ensure non-stop power generation 24/7. And according to our knowledge, they have such a warehouse in Chengdu City. So such a domestically made generator will arrive on the 11th. It's already on the way. So rescue work in the high altitude place is still challenged. We are coming up with different ideas to improve people's living conditions, but still, rescue work is dangerous. After all, the workers are facing the challenges of high altitude, and we must ensure the safety of the rescue workers. We have prepared some medications to cope with the altitude stress. We hope that everyone could be safe, including the villagers and the rescue workers. That's all for this part, and we will bring you more when we arrive.
All right, we just heard a correspondent introducing what he has seen to the epicenter, the Dingri County. Well, he basically described the rescue and relief operations are going on in an orderly manner. That he mentioned some of the relief items have already arrived last night to the epicenter, and he called for more equipment, especially the heating equipment or heating installations are mostly needed right now. And he also talked about the weather. The weather is pretty nice, and with the highest above the 10 degrees Celsius. But given the altitude conditions in the epicenter, Dingri County, there will be a huge temperature drop overnight. Probably would turn below minus 10 degrees, minus 0 Celsius overnight. So he mentioned about right now heating equipment or heating installations is what's needed most. And I would like to explain, our experts explain what would be the biggest challenges when it comes to rescue operations. And the epicenter was in Togo Township, which affected 27 villages, about 600 and 900 people within a 20-kilometer radius. So Dingri County, given its special location, which lies on the northern slope of the Himalayas, bordering Nepal to the south, so its average altitude of 4,005 meters also puts it near the northern base camp of Mount Kumulama, the world's highest peak. So nearly 90% of the county's land is part of the Kumulama National Nature Reserve, which draws global attention due to its unique ecological environment. So the earthquake what has jolted Dingri County is closely related to the region's unique geological structure and plate tectonics. Well, that's according to a professor from the School of Earth Sciences at the China University of Geosciences. And the earthquake that jolted Dingri County is, as I've said earlier, is closely related to the region's unique geological location and structure. So, located in the southern part of the Qinghai-Xizang Plateau, Dingri County is situated in one of the world's most seismically active zones. So this area lies within the collision zone between the Indian and Eurasian plates, near the renowned Himalaya orogenic belts. So its corrupt exceeds 7 kilometers in its thickness, making it one of the thickest in the world. And well, experts explained, given the complicated tectonic activities within the crust, including fault slipping, folding, and through faulting, generate significant stress accumulation, creating conditions for intense seismic activity. So, following the magnitude 6.8 earthquake, aftershocks are likely to occur in the epicenter area and its surroundings over the coming days and weeks. As our reporter also explained, it's very likely to have aftershocks. And overnight, we have the latest figures. By 10 a.m. today, there are altogether 660 aftershocks, with the biggest one measuring around 4.4 magnitude. And also, there were 28 aftershocks measuring between 3.0 and 3.9, and 3 aftershocks measuring between 4.0 and 4.9. And the strongest aftershock is recorded so far at 4.4, which is about 18 kilometers from the epicenter of the main quake. So the expert also introduced it's highly likely to occur, the aftershocks are highly likely to occur in the epicenter area and its surroundings over the coming days and weeks. So generally, the magnitude of aftershocks decreases over time, but due to the high tectonic activity in the Qinghai-Xizang Plateau, there remains a possibility of aftershocks exceeding probably magnitude 5. That's according to the expert. An expert from the School of Earth Sciences at the China University of Geosciences. So challenges remain very high for high altitude rescues. So given the severity of the disaster, the China Earthquake Administration launched a level 1 emergency response and sent a team to the site to assist with local disaster relief efforts. And also, meanwhile, the Office of the State Council Earthquake Relief Headquarters and the Ministry of Emergency Management also initiated level 2 emergency responses for the earthquakes on Tuesday. And we're talking about the biggest challenges for the rescue operations. Experts say the Dingri County's high altitude mountainous terrain characterized by valleys, steep slopes, and rugged landscapes makes it prone to secondary disasters such as landslides and mudslides. So these hazards can hinder the rescue operations by blocking access to the epicenter. Additionally, the earthquake may damage infrastructure, such as roads and bridges, and disrupt transportation routes and delay the
地震的影
delivery
响
of
呢，作为
relief
震中的这
supplies.
个电热线错果乡，它的受
See
损
some
还是非常严重的。
damaged houses in Cuoguo Township. Those are very old houses made of the muddy bricks. So when this serious earthquake hit, there would be serious collapse of the entire wall. According to our observation, on average, the walls are 30 to 40 centimeters thick, but still they were severely damaged. In addition, for those houses behind, they have a combination of bricks and mud, so they were lightly damaged. You can find some mild cracks on the walls. And some houses' main structure was not deformed with the bricks combination. Yesterday, firefighters, together with public security and emergency relief workers, arrived instantly after the earthquake. Villagers from Xuezhu village have been relocated. There were 42 households here. Today, there are two tasks for the rescue workers. The first one is to screen for the properties left behind in those damaged houses, together with the livestock. The second task is putting up the tents. This is a new task for them today. Basically, the tents are put up in the flat land right in front of those houses. According to our knowledge, those tents are put up to pave the way for the materials distribution, and they were placed right in front of the damaged houses. Sorry, there is a mild tremor right now. Wait a moment. A mild aftershock hit us just then. Now back to our show. We will interview a firefighter from Xizang. So how many people can be accommodated by those tents? And what's your deadline? According to the assignment, in Xuezhu village, we must put up the tents. We are scheduled to put up 40 tents this morning. And what's your deadline? It can accommodate 160 people inside. So when can you have this task finished, and when will the affected people come in? They could move in this afternoon. During the daytime, temperature was about 9 to 10 below zero, but during the night, it's 15 below zero, pretty cold. And now the altitude is about 4,300 meters above the sea level. How can the people live in a safe and reassured way in the tents? We have another layer of cotton attached to the tent. In addition, we have the heaters and the stoves. So different heating facilities are sufficient in addition to just the tent. Thank you for the information. As the epicenter, altitude is 4,300 meters above sea level with very low temperature. We are wearing thick layers. At about 2 to 3 p.m. every day, there would be level 7 to 8 strong wind, so it's very tough environment. On our way here, we saw the rolling stones from the mountains impeding the local transportation. In some sections, traffic jam was a problem. So a kind reminder to all, for those donators and other social forces, if you want to come here to do your bit, we advise you to contact the headquarters or the local government. Then, based on the actual needs, you can arrange your distribution work. So that's the information I have on my hand. And please stay tuned with the disaster relief. Tasks include the following. The first one is to construct the settlements and also to gather the information of the people living in the tents, including their names, identity numbers. And the second task is to orderly organize the rescue forces so as to clean up the ruins and gather the properties left behind. And the third task is to set up more locations to offer warm food so the rescue workers could have access to hot meals. Are stoves here yet? They already were dispatched at 10 or 11 p.m. yesterday. And also, today, we organized the party members to do the installation work. So problem is solved. Especially the meals and accommodation has been ensured with the materials dispatched and the Xizang local forces supporting the job. All the affected people could have access to hot meals. Yesterday evening, in addition to the stoves distribution, we also have sent a large number of quilts, cotton coats.
to our reporter Zheng Songwu, following the situation very closely from the earthquake's epicenter in Dingri County in the city of Ricard. So first, bring us up to date on the rescue and relief efforts, Songwu.
Well, Pandan, over 5,800 relief items, including quilts, warm clothing, and cotton tents, were transported to the epicenter last night, and 60,000 more relief items are expected to arrive today. And also regarding to medical help, medical experts across China have been in this affected area. For example, the medical experts from Shanghai have been in epicenter, and also one of the top hospitals, the West China Hospital, sent 6 experts who have expertise in trauma medicine and neuroscience, etc. They arrived last night, and as of 2 a.m., they have helped 45 seriously injured patients. And in a local hospital in Dingri County, which is one of the counties in Xizang city, that is 30 temporary shelters have been set up. And as of last night, the hospital has successfully treated or helped 188 people, and most of whom suffered fractures, chest injuries, or brain injuries. Of course, so far more than 12,000 rescue workers, including firefighters, police officers, military personnel, have joined the rescue operations. And so far, over 400 trapped individuals were rescued, and 14 big relocation sites have been built, and over 30,000 people from the affected area have been relocated and sheltered. Pandan.
Now, Songwu, give us a sense of what difficulties the rescuers are facing right now.
Yeah, the altitude is one of the biggest challenges for most people, especially for those rescue workers from other parts of the country. For example, the average altitude of the epicenter is about 5,000 meters above sea level. So that would be a big challenge. And sometimes the high altitude makes people sick. And also the low temperature is also one of the big challenges. The temperature at night could be as low as minus 15 degrees Celsius in epicenter in Xizang city. But now, since the relief items from central government have been transported to the epicenter, so that would be not a big problem. Gus?
Songwu, thank you very much. We're going to keep checking in on you throughout the day and get more updates from you. And that was Songwu at the quake's epicenter. Now, China Media Group reporter Liu Xiaopin visited one of the temporary shelters near the epicenter and files this report.
I'm now at a temporary resettlement site in Xizang village, which is set for the people affected by the earthquake. There are some 80 resettlement sites like this one, which can host nearly 10,000 people. This one is the largest of all. More than 30 relief tents have been set up here. Measures have been taken to ensure the warmth inside the tents. The tent actually consists of several layers. This is a thermal insulation layer. We can see that this tent is as large as a room. All the affected people have got some warm quilts or blankets. Some simple beds have been set up. There are also mats on the ground that can protect this place from cold or moisture. These people come from nearby Xizang village. Earlier, I talked with them about their situation.
My house has fallen down because of the earthquake, but no one in my family is injured.
According to the meteorological authorities in Xizang, there will be a temperature drop of 4 to 8 degrees Celsius starting today till Thursday. There'll also be high winds in the afternoons. No rain so far, but the sensible temperature during the day is particularly low at such a high altitude. So this has become a challenge for the rescue and relief efforts, which are now in full swing.
Now, Pandang Song-woo was talking about the low temperatures that was making it harder for the rescuers. Now, the remote location of the villages is also making it very hard to assess the number of people who need help.
I am currently in Zhuoguo Township, where a minor road clearing operation has been conducted. In Zhuoguo Township's Jiding village, we carried out a rescue operation at 12:40 p.m. for an individual who was trapped. At present, we are conducting large-scale surveys and assessments of the disaster site. Our next priority is to visit each village, as the affected area is quite extensive. We aim to understand the disaster situation in each village and locate trapped individuals to provide preliminary reports for the larger rescue team. It is difficult to estimate how many residents are still awaiting rescue, as the villages are far apart and communication is poor in some areas. Therefore, we plan to drive to these locations to assess the situation. There are approximately 7 to 8 villages left to check. We are about to visit 4 of them. We will continue rescue operations and assess the property damage of affected residents. During subsequent work, we may face the risk of secondary collapses, as most of the houses here are made of earth and are no longer stable.
Now let's focus a little bit more on the epicenter. That's in Lata County. It's about 60 to 70 kilometers away from Dingri County, the epicenter of the earthquake, as we just mentioned. And earlier, the head of Lata County spoke about the local damage.
People with damaged houses need to be relocated. The tents we have here cannot accommodate everyone for the time being. However, we can meet the needs of relocating people by using rooms in schools, kindergartens, and other safe buildings. And we have added heating equipment inside the tents. There are stoves, cotton-padded clothes, and quilts. This was what I was most worried about, and it's also under inspection. Basically, there's no problem. We will continue to check the safety of houses, the safety of livestock, and the availability of relevant facilities and equipment for medical and health care.
Meanwhile, medical teams have been deployed to quick-hit regions. 24 medical rescue teams staffed by more than 500 people and 106 ambulances have been dispatched. The People's Liberation Army's Xizang military command has fielded 3 squads with 70 medics and medicines and supplies of medical equipment. The National Health Commission has called on medical emergency response teams from neighboring provinces and regions to prepare for possible deployment to help.
Now, just expanding on what our reporter Song-woo said earlier, all damaged roads have resumed operations, and China's National Disaster Relief Authorities have dispatched 22,000 items of materials to support relief efforts, including tents, coats, and quilts. The Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Emergency Management have allocated 100 million yuan, or about $14 million to support the rescue and resettlement efforts for affected individuals. This funding will also be used to investigate and address potential secondary disaster risks and repair damaged homes. The National Development and Reform Commission has issued another $14 million from the central budget to aid recovery in disaster-affected areas, focusing on rebuilding damaged roads, bridges, schools, hospitals, and other public facilities. China's central bank has opened a green lane to accelerate the allocation of state treasury funds for the disaster relief.
Now, for more insight, let's cross live to Professor Liu Junzhi from School of National Safety and Emergency Management at Beijing Normal University. Thank you very much for joining us, Professor. So first of all, what do you make of the cause of this time's strong earthquake and the casualty number?
Yeah, well, firstly, regions like the Qinghai-Tibet Plateau, the intention collision between the Indian plate and the Eurasian plate generates significant tectonic stress. And this is the main reason for the causes of the frequent earthquake in Xizang district region, and the presence of the active fault and crustal deformation, such as the Dengmu-Chou fault near the Lhasa block, can also lead to earthquakes when the accumulated stress exceeds the bearing strength of the rocks along these faults. According to the literature, there are a total of 64 active faults in the Rikaz region, and epicenter is located in the Dingri County, and the focal mechanism is a tensile rupture. Concerning the large number of casualties is mainly due to the population density. You know that the population within the 20 kilometers of the epicenter is about 6,900, and there are 27 villages within the 20 kilometers of the epicenter. And Dingri County also features a total population of about 61,000. It is the most populous border county in Xizang. Such a high population density in affected areas lead to more casualties. And secondly, the poor seismic resist building is also one of the key reasons. Almost 3,000 buildings were damaged and collapsed during the earthquake, and most of them were built with bricks, stones, soils, and woods, without reinforced concrete and steel rebars to withstand such seismic loading. And masonry structures tend to be brittle and behave poor seismic behavior under cyclic loading at the earthquake. It offers limited redundancy for seismic safety. You know that the actual acceleration and damage from earthquakes often exceed the design specification by 3 to 6 times. And also the accumulated damage from the aftershocks are not accounted in the design. Especially after earthquake, transportation, communication facilities also suffer serious damage. Multiple landslides and cracks have appeared on the road. It makes it difficult for rescue vehicles to pass through, and the communication base station also collapsed. The connection was temporarily interrupted, and electricity transmission, the water supply pipeline, are also damaged. This also poses difficulties and challenges for the rescue work. Meanwhile, the earthquake also occurred in winter. The relatively low temperature, low pressure, as well as the high altitude also made rescue work more difficult than the normal conditions. So that's my point of view.
Professor Liu, allow me to pick up from where you left off. Now, the earthquake struck at a depth of 10 kilometers. Now, what impact do you think this will have on the ground and surrounding buildings?
Well, an earthquake occurring at a depth of 10 kilometers is normally considered as a shallow earthquake. You know, the shallow earthquake is typically have a more pronounced impact on the surface compared to the deeper ones. The shaking experienced on the ground is likely to be more intense because the seismic energy has less distance to travel to reach the surface. This can result in more severe damage to buildings, roads, bridges, and infrastructures, especially if they are not designed to withstand such forces. Those located near the epicenter are especially vulnerable. There's also a higher likelihood of surface ruptures, where the ground visibly breaks along the fault line. This can disrupt transportation networks and utilities. Moreover, shallow earthquakes often generate numerous aftershocks. It can also cause additional damage to already weakened structures and pose ongoing risk to safety. So that's my point. Thank you.
Also, Professor, earlier you mentioned be careful, be mindful, and be precautionary on more aftershocks. So what do you make of the situation this time? Because we know right now every minute counts in rescue and relief work.
Yeah, you know, from my point of view, that after several earthquakes, generally after a main earthquake, aftershocks activity is commonly observed in the affected and nearby regions. And these aftershocks gradually decrease in intensity and frequency over time. The aftershocks depend on several factors, such as the initial earthquake magnitude, the geological characteristics, the stress distribution along the fault line, and maybe after, that frankly speaking, the larger the initial earthquake, the larger and more aftershocks. So it's important for the residents now in the affected region to remain vigilant and prepared for the possibility of the aftershocks, and also particularly some of the secondary disaster types induced by the earthquakes.
Professor Liu, as you earlier said, earthquakes are common in the region, but this is one of China's deadliest in recent years. Do you think Xizang is well equipped to handle this disaster?
Now, I think it's we have to pay more attention to several secondary disasters after the earthquakes now, rather than some of the emergency process initiate after the earthquakes occurs.
Professor Liu, thank you very much for your perspectives and for your time.
Now, for more insights, we earlier spoke to Xu Shiling, Deputy Director of IHL and Humanitarian Policy at the International Academy of the Red Cross at Suzhou University. She explained how the area's unique terrain and geography are affecting rescue operations.
We have noted earlier the local building model plays a key role in the earthquake casualties. Structures and the geographical conditions there might not prove to be of too much complex in technical terms to rescue, yet the growing casualty number is pressing for rescuers. On the other hand, to reach this affected area, very highly located, proves to be of long distance and requires specific vehicles. According to newest images, the strong shake greatly damages roads. To overcome road damages, to reach all the corners of the affected area and to repair the road, despite of the altitude, will be parallel missions in the next few days.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is profoundly saddened by the loss of life from the earthquake. Now, Guterres says the United Nations is ready to provide support if requested. EU Commissioner Haja Labib, who is in charge of preparedness and crisis management, has also expressed grief for the victims. She says the European Union stands ready to provide assistance to those affected. Both the Russian President and Japanese Prime Minister have expressed their condolences.
You're watching Global Watch on CGTN. Coming up.
That's about the situation on the site. in Xizang. My name is Wang Liuyu. Now, together with our colleagues, we are carrying out the tasks of putting up the tents and distributing the meals. Allow me to show you the situation here. As you see, the cooking team from us are sending the meals. This is Gama Shiqu, who is a Tibetan. Please introduce the meals for the breakfast today. We have some eggs, milk, and also instant noodles. We also fried 2 other dishes. The first bowl of instant noodles were already sent and shared. Now the second bowl is cooking. We have very delicious dishes, for example, tomatoes with eggs and stewed pork and cabbages. From very early in the morning, our chefs started the cooking. For example, the water is frozen, but they could come up with something to cook the meals. Besides, we fully consider the local eating habits. We have prepared some sweet tea, and the locals need such tea to keep their energy. The children received milk, eggs, apples, and bananas to ensure their nutrition. Now, basically, they are very happy with the meals. Let's see the conditions inside the tents. You can see some stands, the folding beds, but the Tibetans prefer mats, so they carry their quilts with them, and the sweet tea and butter tea are inside the bottles instead of the hot water. The butter tea can keep you energetic. Children are very cute and lovely. The tents look different from those of yesterday. Yesterday, the firefighting team in Shigas put up 20 tents all night long, and now we are in the same location as yesterday, in Xizang village. When we just arrived, the tents were here right after we came, but then we worked around the clock to put up all the 20 tents. Some other tents are still being arranged right now. So it was a tough job yesterday night. They worked until 4 to 5 in the morning. For some, especially those chefs who cook meals, it's very challenging. They need to help with the tents and also get up very early to cook the breakfast. People in Xizang prefer to be based in sun, and it's a very good day today with sufficient sunlight coming down. So people prefer to stay outdoor. But such a sound condition will not be sustained. Usually after noontime, according to meteorological station, There will be very strong winds to grade 8 and 9. And as you can see, the tents have some screws and ropes attached to the ground to ensure that despite the strong wind, the tents could stay steady. Now let's get more information about the tents being put up.
This is Xizang森林消防大队今天上午又搭设了11顶帐篷。
11 other tents are put up this morning.
继续搭设帐篷41顶。
We will continue 40 other tents.
我们会到周围几个乡村继续。
We will go to the surrounding villages to gather some information about the needs. If the tents are not sufficient in the settlements, we will continue to do the task and also to remove any hazards. Now our firefighters is hammering the screws to the ground, just in case that when the strong wind comes in the afternoon, our tents would still be kept in the same place. As you can see, there are many stones and gravels on the ground, so we have to clean up this area first before putting up the tents, and then the tents would be kept stable. They will not sleep in very bumpy road. Instead, with the flat ground, it would be comfortable to sleep in. And those are the materials, mostly instant noodles, because instant noodles are very easy to use. They can meet people's need for food very quickly. Our local police are here. And also we have some other firefighters from the city helping with the tents. Those are our flags, flying in the wind. One is about the party's flag and Shiga's firefighting team's flag. The party and the nation put their hope on us, so we must empower the people and ensure the safety of the people. In front of us, there is a red-colored fire truck. The vehicle is from the Shiga's forest firefighting station. It's specially designated for cooking with full functions. You could steam rice, fry some meals. It's a very comprehensive vehicle. The vehicle just arrived this morning. We plan to put it into use in the afternoon to cook the dinner. As you can see, there are many other special vehicles. Some are to carry the earthquake equipment, some are for the firefighters. And in the distance, you can find the snow-peaked mountains. About yesterday night, Our firefighting station put up 20 tents all night long until 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning. We didn't rest, but every firefighter was not afraid of such industrious work. Instead, they were quite passionate about this task. Our firefighters really like those children, and vice versa. They call us Uncle Fireman, and they play together with us. So we are firefighters for people. And for more information about yesterday, we went all out to put up the tents, so we didn't even feel the low temperature. Every one of us conquered the difficulties of the weather and the exhausted physical strength to put up the tents. And according to the weather forecast, the temperature yesterday night was lowered to 20 Celsius degrees below zero. Under such frigid environment, every one of us held the cold steel poles to stabilize every tent. You just saw the members of us. We also were working all this morning. We didn't even have any meal, just to ensure that the local villagers could have access to the first hot meal after the earthquake. And till noontime, our firefighters started to eat something. Hello everyone, my name is Lü Xiaoping from the CMG. Here is Senga village of Changsuo Township. Before we started this show, the local rescue workers just evacuated a cow, actually a yak. And on the site, the firefighters from Xizang were ready to be interviewed. They also bring us the dogs. Hello there. I am level 3 fireman. Today, Ba Ke is here. Its main job is search and rescue. Also, Xie Ka is our colleague. Why do you circle this area for search and rescue? Before we came, we had an inspection. 2 sniffer dogs were sent, and they gave us warnings. So we brought 2 other sniffer dogs to do the investigation. If there are still some hazards, according to the dogs, we will continue the rescue. What does the warning mean? It means there is something alive buried under. So, signs of life. Yes. What will be your task later on? 2 firemen and 2 sniffer dogs will do the job on shifts. So I will not take you longer. The firefighting station in Xizang is now carrying out the search and rescue on the site. Previously, during their work, the sniffer dogs gave them some warnings of life signals. So now they take 2 other sniffer dogs for the second round of screening. If there are more signs of life, they will put in more efforts for the search and rescue work. And also, on the site, there are some other efforts going on. What are you taking now? What is this tool all about? Did you hear the barking of the sniffer dog? What does it mean? So that's another warning. We need to go there. So on the search site, the second group of sniffer dogs just barked, and the dogs seem very excited. According to the fireman, when the sniffer dog barks, that means there may be some clues of life. So all the firemen took their tools with them and climbed up to clean up those falling stones. They're truly working around the clock. The firemen from Xizang station are trying very hard to remove those falling stones with their bare hands. The rescue worker holding the dog is calling for someone, calling for the other dog to come up and confirm the information, maybe giving more information about the location. As you see, the level of damage of those houses is pretty high because of this earthquake. Some of the houses collapsed to the most part of it, and there are stones piling up everywhere on the land. According to the rescue workers, the non-professionals cannot come closer to the collapsed area because there are still some aftershocks, one after another. So those erect walls have the probability of secondary collapse. That's why you could find some lines of vigilance in the surroundings, just to give warnings to the civilians and non-professionals to keep away. Otherwise, there might be some aftershocks leading to further damages. For example, the further collapse of the houses will lead to some more damage. The second dog joined, but gives no warning. Previously, according to the information provided from the firemen in Xizang, right now there are 5 firemen and 2 sniffer dogs carrying out the search and rescue work for those possibly trapped people under. The rescue workers gave instructions to the sniffer dogs to have more profound investigation of the circumstances. According to the previous information, this round of earthquake has 4 features. The first one is the magnitude is pretty high with very severe consequences. On the side, you can see the collapsed houses. 6.8 magnitude is the biggest one in the recent 5 years, and the crack level is 8, and also the houses are vulnerable to resist such quakes. As you can see, most of those houses are made of the bricks and tiles. Some even have the wood frames. So the houses are mainly made with mud and wood, very vulnerable in face of the earthquake. And also it's a cold season, more prone to the collapse. Rescue workers just removed the furniture, a cabinet. Maybe that's because our sniffer dog finds something else there. We do hope that in our live show, we could witness more good news coming up. For example, more people buried could be saved. As said, there are 2 other features of this earthquake. The average sea level is 4,300 meters. So it's a mountainous area with low temperature and high altitude. Local telecommunication and electricity supply are also fragile. Besides, it's in winter, very cold and very big temperature difference in the day and at night. So the difficulty of keeping warm would also shorten the golden hours of rescue. According to the meteorological department, yesterday, in the stricken area, the lowest temperature at night would be 18 Celsius degrees below 0. And yesterday, we did feel the cold weather. And still, in the recent days, there will be no snowfall or rainfall on the sites. Otherwise, that will be more challenging for the rescue work. It's quite dangerous to stay here on the rescue site. There might be the likelihood of a secondary collapse. As you can see behind the firemen, there are some erect wood frames and walls which are actually not steady. The 4th characteristic of the earthquake is relevant to the composition of population. Dingri County holds 11,000 population, but the permanent residents are usually left behind elderly people. Those people are quite vulnerable in terms of saving themselves and the others. Speaking of the reasons mentioned above, it will be more difficult for the rescue work. For example, the landform is quite special. For the rescue forces to be in place very quickly, it's very challenging, especially in the periphery of the plateau. With the bumpy road and long distance, it's very difficult for the rescue forces to join the rescue work very quickly. And the climatic condition is another challenge. As you see, with the big temperature difference in the daytime and at night, and very low temperature at night, it's challenging for the rescue workers to work at night. One sniffer dog is inspecting the area all around. As I said, even though they have only 5 people and 2 sniffer dogs, they have already circled out some special zones for the search. So the search is completed. We heard the warnings just then. The sniffer dogs would give out such warnings whatever they found. If they smell something, they would bark. Baka just barked, and Kaxi went there again and gave warnings again. For the other firemen, what are they doing right now? They're checking if there are further signs of life. You mentioned about smell. If they smell something, they would bark. So possibly there are something left behind by the civilians buried under, giving out the smell. Is that possible? I don't think so. So are you sure there are signs of life buried under? Still not sure. It's just a probability, but not 100% sure. Once it barks, it means it's necessary to search this area. Yes. I see that they are still carrying the stones. And how long will it last? It depends on the depth of burial. And based on your previous search experience, I think those piles of stones came from the collapsed walls. And there are 3 rescue workers removing the stones. And to truly see what is buried under, how long does it take usually? For 3 people working on this task? I think I need to check with them based on how they handle the stones. For the suspicious areas, will you add more forces, for example, personnel, to continue the search? Of course. So your job right now is localization, and then there will be further cleaning and search. Will you go to the other areas for search and rescue? Sure, we will move on. Okay, go ahead, and we will follow your steps to see if we can find more traces of life. Very good job, and please pay attention to your own safety. The cleaning of the ruins is going on. Just then, the rescue workers told us that once they found something suspicious, such as any sign of life, they would add more personnel to step up the search and rescue work. So for the updates, we will continue to provide you more. I hope we could find more good news coming up.
We start in Xizang. Rescue and relief efforts are in full swing. China Media Group reporter Liu Xiaoping visited one of the temporary shelters near the epicenter and felt this report.
I'm now at a temporary resettlement site in Xizang village, which is set for the people affected by the earthquake. There are some 80 resettlement sites like this one, which can host nearly 10,000 people. This one is the largest of all. More than 30 relief tents have been set up here. Measures have been taken to ensure the warmth inside the tents. The tent actually consists of several layers. This is a thermal insulation layer. We can see that this tent is as large as a room. All the affected people have got some warm quilts or blankets. Some simple beds have been set up. There are also mats on the ground that can protect this place from cold or moisture. These people come from nearby Xizang village. Earlier, I talked with them about this situation.
My house has fallen down because of the earthquake, but no one in my family is injured.
According to the meteorological authorities in Xizang, there will be a temperature drop of 4 to 8 degrees Celsius starting today till Thursday. There'll also be high winds in the afternoons. No rain so far, but the sensible temperature during the day is particularly low at such a high altitude. So this has become a challenge for the rescue and relief efforts, which are now in full swing.
A team of fire brigade workers who are at the quake's epicenter say the remote location of the villages make it harder to access the number of people who need help.
I am currently in Zhuoguo Township, where a minor road clearing operation has been conducted. In Zhuoguo Township's Xizang village, we carried out a rescue operation at 12:40 p.m. for an individual who was trapped. At present, we are conducting large-scale surveys and assessments of the disaster site. Our next priority is to visit each village, as the affected area is quite extensive. We aim to understand the disaster situation in each village and locate trapped individuals to provide preliminary reports for the larger rescue team. It is difficult to estimate how many residents are still awaiting rescue, as the villages are far apart and communication is poor in some areas. Therefore, we plan to drive to these locations to assess the situation. There are approximately 7 to 8 villages left to check. We are about to visit 4 of them. We will continue rescue operations and assess the property damage of affected residents. During subsequent work, we may face the risk of secondary collapses, as most of the houses here are made of earth and are no longer stable.
Dingri County is about 60 to 70 kilometers away from Dingri County, the epicenter of the earthquake. Earlier, the head of the Dingri County spoke about the local damage.
People with damaged houses need to be relocated. The tents we have here cannot accommodate everyone for the time being. However, we can meet the needs of relocating people by using rooms in schools, kindergartens, and other safe buildings. And we have added heating equipment inside the tents. There are stoves, cotton-padded clothes, and quilts. This was what I was most worried about, and it's also under inspection. Basically, there's no problem. We will continue to check the safety of houses, the safety of livestock, and the availability of relevant facilities and equipment for medical and health care.
Medical teams have also been deployed to the earthquake-hit region. 24 medical rescue teams, staffed by more than 500 people, and 160 ambulances have been dispatched. The People's Liberation Army's Xizang Military Command has fielded 3 schools with 70 medics and medicines and supplies of medical equipment. The National Health Commission has also called on medical emergency response teams from neighboring provinces and regions to prepare for possible deployment. All damaged roads have resumed operations, and China's National Disaster Relief Authorities have dispatched 22,000 items of materials to support relief efforts, including tents, coats, and quilts. The Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Emergency Management have allocated 100 million yuan, about $14 million to support the rescue and the resettlement efforts for affected individuals. This funding will also be used to investigate and address potential secondary disasters disaster risks and repair damaged homes. The National Development and Reform Commission has also issued another $14 million from central budget to aid recovery in disaster-affected areas, focusing on rebuilding damaged roads, brigades, and schools, hospitals, and other public facilities. And China's central bank has opened a green lane to accelerate the allocation of state treasury funds for the disaster relief. UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres is profoundly saddened by the loss of life from the earthquake in China's Xizang autonomous region. Guterres says the United Nations is ready to provide support if requested. And EU Commissioner Hajj Lapid, who is in charge of preparedness and crisis management, has also expressed grief for the victims. She says the European Union stands ready to provide assistance to those affected. And the Russian President Vladimir Putin has also expressed his sincerest condolences over the earthquake. Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba also sent his condolences to people affected by the earthquake.
We are on the site of the rescue work. Please follow our camera. We can see that the majority of the local houses are made with bricks and wood, so they were damaged to different levels and instantly we started putting up the tents after the earthquake. We have 4 teams. The third team is in Gangba village with 69 households. We have put up 26 tents already. And the task of putting up the tents is still going on. We are now in the village of Changsuo Township. Let's see what's happening here. We have relocated 32 people. And the dispatched materials include the cans and rice, oil, and coal. This is a fridge. The vegetables are kept there in the cooler, and the food could be kept fresh for 2 days' time. And coal has been distributed to every tent, so the locals could keep warm every night. This is one of our local villagers. In addition to 5 generators, 2 of them are placed here in usage to ensure the 12 hours of power generation during the night. This machine is used for lighting, so the entire settlement could be lighted up. They're taking a nap. Some local villagers are out grazing the animals. This vehicle is for the transportation of meals. We can ensure 300 people to have such hot meals. This truck is used for providing hot water. Also, we have a vehicle to accommodate the oil, the fuel. And the other trucks are carrying some other materials. In the next step, we will continue to do the guarantee work. Especially in the winter time, we must ensure that the civilians could be well fed and keep warm. Can we get on board the vehicle with the meals? Sure. This is pork with cabbage. We will package the dishes and then send them to the first line. This is another vehicle to accommodate the fresh vegetables, the instant noodles, the steamed buns. This is a box of pepper, noodles, steamed buns, and also some other cooked food. For example, the duck. We have stored 3 tons of coal, enough to ensure the need of heating for 3 to 5 days. We have bought some stoves. Every tent has already been equipped with a stove, so those stoves are getting ready for the other tents. Can we go into the tents? Just take a look. This is their stove. They're boiling water with a water pot. This is their coal and manure. We're burning coal. It's pretty warm inside. The temperature is around 22 to 24 Celsius degrees. Those are lights. At night, the generator will run to keep the light on. The moist-proof mats in the tents. and some quilts are placed. Also, some eggs. What about the fuel vehicle? We have prepared 10 tons of diesel to ensure enough cooking fuel. Some other information left? Not much. This is our water tank. We have many bottles of water stored here in the vehicle. Nothing more to introduce. We will continue to do the guarantee work for the civilians so that the affected people could be well fed and live in warm conditions. Settlements. Those materials arrived yesterday night, food and water included. Now in the noontime, we have a special canteen in the settlements, sending some food to the affected people. We also have some fireproof inspection in the kitchen. I know it's a tough job for everyone. We would love to thank you for your dedication. While helping those affected population, please pay attention to the fire safety. Pay attention to the fire. Do not leave the fire alone. Just keep an eye on it. And after cooking, just turn off the switch. We have to check on some items. Please regularly inspect the hazards by yourself based on the requirements. Do you know how to use the fire extinguisher? Yes. To put it simply, there are several parts. This is a handheld fire extinguisher to put out the solid fire. We have a valve, and when the fire breaks out, we must pay attention to the pressure inside and the gas inside. If the needle is within the green scope, it means it's normal, ready to use. Before using it, shake it a little bit because the powder may be solidified inside if they are kept there untouched for a long time. And then pull it out. And then you can press it to put out the fire. Just be mindful of any fire hazard. Okay. Try not to stay too long inside the tents, unless necessary. Just take them in after cooking outdoor. be mindful of any fire possibility. I know it's a disaster to experience the earthquake, but I hope that you could get out of this disaster and just hang on there and be careful of any fire. So that's about the settlement. From yesterday night till now, we have received 600 more people here, with 60 more tents. So basically, one tent can accommodate 10 people. From tonight, we will dispatch many necessities, including the heating facilities, the quilts, beddings, hot water, mineral water, lighting equipment. We have 2 canteens. You just saw one, and there is another one by the side. So there are 2 places to eat their meals. That's the basic situation. Later today, we will continue to put in place the tents. Besides, from the fireproof perspective, we will provide some knowledge education for the people here. And for the households suffering from this disaster, we will try to comfort them through dialogues. We will calm them down and take some measures in an orderly fashion.
在另一个乡救援就行不行？那我们我们的这个什么，还有我们现在要希望我们必须要通过这个乡的乡政府，对，他们来跟我们说呀。大多数的。先不要马上进啊！好多人了，好像说。你跟你走，你别进去。好，那个来几个人在后面跑过来。你前面跑的，前面跑，而且这个光面就有。弄死的了，没有的。哦。他们这些男家不能搬不上，对不对？别抬，你们那上别抬。好，记得抬你的。
哪个乡？
三级。平着抬，平着抬。
Southwest China's Xizang region, search and rescue efforts continue a day after a magnitude 6.8 earthquake struck. 126 people have been confirmed dead. More than 180 others have been injured. Our reporter Cheng Sung-woo has more from the quake's epicenter in Dingri County in the city of Xizang.
Over 5,800 relief items, including quilts, warm clothing, and cotton tents, were transported to the epicenter. 60,000 more relief items are expected to arrive today. And also regarding to medical help, medical experts across China have been in this affected area. For example, the medical experts from Shanghai have been in epicenter, and in a local hospital in Dingri County, and which is one of the counties in Xizang city, that is 30 temporary shelters have been set up. Of course, so far more than 12,000 rescue workers, including firefighters, police officers, military personnel, have joined the rescue operations. And so far, over 400 trapped individuals were rescued, and 14 big relocation sites have been built, and over 30,000 people from the affected area have been relocated. The altitude is one of the biggest challenges for most people, especially for those rescue workers from other parts of the country. For example, the average altitude of the epicenter is about 5,000 meters above sea level, so that would be a big challenge. And sometimes the high altitude makes people sick. And also the low temperature is also one of the big challenges. The temperature at night could be as low as minus 15 degrees Celsius in epicenter in Xizang city. But now, since the relief items from central government have been transported to the epicenter, so that would be not a big problem.
Now, local residents have recalled what happened during the earthquake and have expressed their gratitude for the help of the People's Liberation Army.
I fell to the ground when the earthquake happened, and a piece of wood hit me on the waist. The People's Liberation Army soon arrived and rescued me.
I could feel the earthquake was quite strong, and buildings collapsed around me. There have been many deaths and injuries of people and livestock. I fainted during the earthquake and was rescued by the People's Liberation Army. I appreciate their help a lot.
My house collapsed, except for the livestock. No person was hurt, thanks to the soldiers who helped us.
China Media Group reporter Liu Xiaopin visited one of the temporary shelters near the epicenter and files this report.
I'm now at a temporary resettlement site in Xizang village, which is set for the people affected by the earthquake. There are some 80 resettlement sites like this one, which can host nearly 10,000 people. This one is the largest of all. More than 30 relief tents have been set up here. Measures have been taken to ensure the warmth inside the tents. The tent actually consists of several layers. This is a thermal insulation layer. We can see that this tent is as large as a room. All the affected people have got some warm quilts or blankets. Some simple beds have been set up. There are also mats on the ground that can protect this place from cold or moisture. These people come from nearby Xizang village. Earlier, I talked with them about this situation.
My house has fallen down because of the earthquake, but no one in my family is injured.
According to the meteorological authorities in Xizang, there will be a temperature drop of 4 to 8 degrees Celsius starting today till Thursday. There'll also be high winds in the afternoons. No rain so far, but the sensible temperature during the day is particularly low at such a high altitude. So this has become a challenge for the rescue and relief efforts, which are now in full swing.
Lhasa County is about 60 to 70 kilometers away from Dingri County, the epicenter of the earthquake. We spoke to the head of Lhasa County about the damage in the area.
People with damaged houses need to be relocated. The tents we have here cannot accommodate everyone for the time being. However, we can meet the needs of relocating people by using rooms in schools, kindergartens, and other safe buildings. And we have added heating equipment inside the tents. There are stoves, cotton-padded clothes, and quilts. This was what I was most worried about, and it's also under inspection. Basically, there's no problem. We will continue to check the safety of houses, the safety of livestock, and the availability of relevant facilities and equipment for medical and health care.
All damaged roads have resumed operations. China's National Disaster Relief Authorities have dispatched 22,000 items of materials to support relief efforts, including tents, coats, and quilts. The Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Emergency Management have allocated 100 million yuan, or about $14 million to support the rescue and resettlement efforts for affected individuals. This funding will also be used to investigate and address potential secondary disaster risks and repair damaged homes. The National Development and Reform Commission has issued another $14 million from the central budget to aid recovery in disaster-affected areas, focusing on rebuilding damaged roads, bridges, schools, hospitals, and other public facilities. China's central bank has opened a green lane to accelerate the allocation of state treasury funds for the disaster relief.
death toll from a magnitude 6.8 earthquake that joined the death toll from a magnitude 6.8 earthquake hit the Dingri County in southwest China's Xizang autonomous region on Tuesday morning has jumped to 126, with 188 others injured, including 28 who are critical, according to local authorities. And these 28 people with serious injuries are being treated at a local hospital, and at least 3,609 houses have collapsed, authorities from Xizang Autonomous Region said. And so far, the rescue work are underway, and Chinese Vice Premier Zhang Guoqing, a member of the Political Bureau of CPC Central Committee, led a team to the quickset to guide the rescue and relief work and operations. According to the weather forecast, Dingri will experience mostly sunny weather over the next 3 days, with the minimum temperature ranging between -18 and -14 degrees Celsius. And China's central authorities have dispatched some 2,200 disaster relief items to the quick hit region, including cotton tents, winter coats, quilts, and folding beds, together with a lot of special relief materials for high altitude and frigid areas. The Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Emergency Management said the allocated 100 million yuan, which is about $30 million to support disaster relief efforts in Xizang. The National Development and Reform Commission also allocated 100 million yuan to support post-disaster emergency recovery. And the Red Cross Society of China has initiated an emergency response to send 4,600 items of relief supplies to the quick affected areas, including cotton tents, quilts, and warm clothing and folding beds. And for those who are not very familiar with the location and the background of the earthquake, the county of Dingri lies on the northern slope of the Himalayas, bordering Nepal to the south, with an average altitude of 4,500 meters. It is home to the northern base camp of Mount Chumlama, the world's largest peak. And the Mountain Chumlama scenic area has been temporarily closed. The tourist and staff members are in a safe condition, according to the Dingri Culture and Tourism Bureau. And CGTN reporters earlier talked to the expert from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The aftershocks may last for a long time in the surrounding area. While Chinese military forces were dispatched immediately to aid the rescue, which is still ongoing, and the hospital instantly dispatched 2 groups of medical teams to carry out medical relief work in the quick hit areas in Dingri County and Latz County. The hospital has vacated 90 beds and freed up the ICU and emergency room to carry out medical treatment. At the same time, China's Ministry of Emergency Management has urgently activated the collaborative security mechanism for emergency supplies, coordinating with carrying enterprises and the relevant foundations to deliver emergency food, heating stoves, electric blankets, hats, scarves, gloves, and warm clothing to the disaster area, fully supporting local efforts to provide temporary shelters and livelihood support for the affected population. And currently, over 12,000 personnel from various levels of emergency rescue, fire rescue, forest firefighting, police, military troops, and social emergency rescue forces have been mobilized to conduct personnel search and rescue operations. Successfully rescue more than 400 trapped individuals in the location. And 14 relocation sites have been established, accommodating more than 30,400 affected residents. Medical rescue team consists of 24 groups with over 500 personnel, and over 100 ambulances have been deployed for patient transfer and treatment. And all injured individuals have been admitted for care so far. And as of now, a total of more than 200,000 urgently needed relief supplies, including the folding beds and blankets, cotton coats, shoes, heaters, generators, stoves, emergency lighting, as well as bottled water and instant noodles have been urgently transported to the disaster area to ensure the basic living needs of the affected population. As of now, all damaged road sections due to the earthquake have been cleared. And the CGTN reporters learned that the state grid Xizang Electric Power Company has sent their first batch of emergency rescue workers, consisting of more than 60 people, and 6 power protection vehicles have arrived at the scene in Dingri County to carry out the repair and restoration work of power facilities. And today, the power supply in Dingri County has been restored. Meanwhile, the company has provided more than 20 generators for the on-site command post. And also, after the magnitude 6.8 earthquake in Dingri County, Xizang City, Xizang Autonomous Region, the local authority immediately established an emergency rescue headquarters to carry out the rescue work. And our reporters learned from the rescue headquarters that the task forces from the Xizang military region, armed police, public security, forestry, fire department, and transportation departments have all rushed to the epicenter and affected areas. At present, many trapped people have been rescued. And according to the Office of the National Disaster Prevention, based on the impact of the disaster and the needs of local disaster relief work, the activated a national level for disaster relief emergency response, and in conjunction with the National Food and Strategic Reserves Administration, the urgently allocated 2,200 pieces of central disaster relief materials to the disaster, to the stricken areas, including cotton tents and folding beds and special disaster relief materials for high altitude and especially cold regions, to support the local efforts in providing disaster relief and assistance to affected people. And according to a daily news conference information, as of now, the total of over 40,000 personnel, including military forces, police, armed police, firefighters, forest firefighters, border management officers, and local officials and volunteers have been mobilized for earthquake relief efforts. Rescuers have successfully saved more than 400 individuals trapped by the disaster. And also, we learned that the medical assistance has been prioritized with 26 medical teams and over 500 personnel and over 100 ambulances deployed across district, city, and county levels for patient transportation and treatment. And all injured individuals have been admitted to medical facilities so far, with one critically injured person transferred to a regional hospital for advanced care. The efforts to restore damaged infrastructure, including roads, electricity, and communications, have been speed up. All damaged road sections have been fully repaired so far, and mobile network and power supply have been restored in the epicenter's three key towns, Changzuo, Cuguo, and Chulu, to ensure the well-being of affected residents. Emergency supplies, including over 400,000 items, such as warm coats, weather shoes, heaters, stoves, emergency lights, food and medicine, along with 81 truckloads of fuel, have been delivered to the disaster-stricken area. And authorities have established over 180 relocation and resettlement points, building over 3,000 tents to accommodate over 46,000 displaced residents. The basic living needs of the affected population are now being effectively met. And our latest information showed that the Civil Aviation Administration of China and the Civil Aviation Administration of Southwest China attached great importance to the earthquake relief work. And they have made arrangement at the first time and dispatched personnel to Xizang Autonomous Region to offer guidance. And the Civil Aviation Administration of the Xizang Autonomous Region continuously implemented the arrangement to the superiors, coordinated with Air China Southwest Branch to prepare sufficient transport capacity, urgently applied for and obtained approval for night flights at Dingri Airport in Xigaze City, and quickly formed a working group to rush to Dingri Airport. Air China Southwest Branch strengthened their dispatching to guarantee the emergency transportation tasks, and more air bureaus and companies are urgently dispatching personnel to Xizang to offer support. And the epicenter of this magnitude 6.8 earthquake was in Cuguo Township, affecting 27 villages and approximately around 7,000 people within a 20 kilometers radius. Dingri County lies on the northern slope of the Himalayas, bordering Nepal to the south. Its average altitude of 4,500 meters also puts it near the northern base camp of Mount Chumulama, the world's highest peak. Nearly 90% of the county's land is part of the Chumulama National Nature Reserve, which draws global attention due to its unique ecological environment. The earthquake that hit Dingri County is closely related to the region's unique ecological structure and plate techniques, and located in the southern part of the Qinghai Xizang plate. Dingri County is situated in one of the world's most seismically active zones. And following this magnitude 6.8 earthquake, aftershocks are occurring in the epicenter area and its surroundings, and will be happening over the coming days and weeks, according to experts. Generally, the magnitude of aftershocks decreases over time, but due to the high tectonic activity in the Qinghai-Xizang plate, there remains a possibility of aftershocks exceeding magnitude 5. And given the severity of the disaster, the China Earthquake Administration launched a level 1 emergency response and sent a work team to the site to assist with local disaster relief efforts. The Office of the State Council Earthquake Relief Headquarters and the Ministry of Emergency Management also initiated level 2 emergency response for earthquakes on Tuesday. And according to the experts from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the high altitude mountains areas characterized by valleys, steep slopes, and rock landscapes makes it especially difficult for the rescue and relief works. And the harsh winter conditions in the high altitude region pose additional challenges, according to the expert team. And they believe the nighttime temperatures can drop below freezing, increasing survival risks for the injured and complicating rescue operations and the weather condition. Moreover, the weather in this area is very unpredictable, so the snowfall and strong winds and low visibility will all affect the rescue work, and they can further delay both the aerial and ground-based rescue missions. And the on-site rescue command post and experts also pointing out the importance of preventing secondary disasters. They suggest the deployment of the geological experts to assess the stability of mountain slopes and avoid sending rescue personnel into high-risk areas, thereby reducing the risk of landslides and other secondary disasters. And the hydrological monitoring should be strengthened to address and mitigate potential barrier lakes promptly. And after the earthquake occurred, the China Railway Qinghai Xizang Group quickly initiated an emergency response, immediately blocked the railway lines between Karu Station and Xizang West Station. Meanwhile, it organized various departments to conduct comprehensive inspections on railway lines, bridges, tunnels, signals, power supplies, houses, and other equipment in relevant sections. Grasp the equipment status in the first time, minimize the impact of the earthquake on the railway transportation order, and ensure the safety of train operations. And affected by the earthquake, the C886 passenger train from Xizang to Lhasa on January 7th was suspended. And to meet the travel needs of passengers, more passenger train from those two locations was additionally operated from yesterday. Also, the Xizang Department of Transportation initiated a level 2 emergency response for highway traffic emergencies. And a lot of national government agencies and ministries, as well as social NGO and philanthropy organizations, have donated to the Dingri County and affected population. And most of the funds will be used for the emergency recovery and construction of damaged roads, bridges, schools, hospitals, and other infrastructure and public service facilities in the disaster-stricken areas, so as to promote the restoration of normal production and living order as soon as possible. And to recap the latest information of the rescue and relief work, as of now, a total of 14,668 personnel, including military forces, police, armed police, firefighters, forest firefighters, border management officers, and local officials and volunteers, have been deployed for earthquake relief efforts. Rescuers have successfully saved 407 individuals trapped by the disaster. Medical assistance has been prioritized, with 26 medical teams consisting of 581 personnel and 100 ambulances deployed across district, city, and county levels for patient transportation and treatment. All injured individuals have been admitted to medical facilities, with one critically injured person transferred to a regional hospital for advanced care. Efforts to restore damaged infrastructure, including roads, electricity, and communications, have been sped up. All damaged road sections have been fully repaired, and mobile network and power supply have been restored in the epicenter's three key towns, Changshu, Tuguo, and Chuluo. To ensure the well-being of affected residents, emergency supplies, including over 400,000 items such as cotton tents, folding and bunk beds, blankets, warm coats, cold weather shoes, heaters, generators, stoves, emergency lights, food, and medicine, along with 81 truckloads of fuel, have been delivered to the disaster-stricken area. And so far, authorities have established 187 relocation and resettlement points, building up over 3,700 tents to accommodate 46,525 displaced residents. Basic living needs of the affected population are now being effectively met. The Office of the National Disaster Prevention, Mitigation and Relief Commission and the Ministry of Emergency Management, based on the impact of the disaster and the needs of local disaster relief work, have activated a national level for disaster relief emergency response. And in conjunction with the National Food and Strategic Reserves Administration, the urgently allocated 22,000 pieces of central disaster relief materials to the disaster-stricken area, including cotton tents, overcoats, quilts, folding beds, and special disaster relief materials for high altitude and cold regions, to support local efforts in providing disaster relief and assistance to affected people. And according to the local rescue workers, their priorities to visit each village at the affected area is quite extensive, and they are aiming to understand the disaster situation in each village and locate trapped individuals to provide preliminary reports for the larger rescue team. And according to the rescuers on the site, it is difficult to estimate how many residents are still awaiting rescue, as the villages are far apart and communications is poor in some areas. Therefore, they are planning to drive to these locations to assess the situation. And there are approximately 7 to 8 villages left to check. And they are about to visit 4 of them. And the rescue operations will be continuing. We know the rescue golden time is the golden 72 hours after the disaster happening. So During the subsequent work, the rescue task force will face the risk of secondary collapse, and as most of the houses there are made of earth and the houses are no longer stable.
We begin in southwest China's Xizang region, where search and rescue mission continue a day after a magnitude 6.8 earthquake struck. 126 people have been confirmed dead. More than 180 others have been injured. Zheng Songwu reports from the quake's epicenter in Dingri County in the city of Xizang.
Over 5,800 relief items, including quilts, warm clothing, and cotton tents, were transported to the epicenter. 60,000 more relief items are expected to arrive today. And also regarding to medical help, medical experts across China have been in this affected area. For example, the medical experts from Shanghai have been in epicenter, and in a local hospital in Dingri County, and which is one of the counties in Xizang city, that is 30 temporary shelters have been set up. Of course, so far more than 12,000 rescue workers, including firefighters, police officers, military personnel, have joined the rescue operations. And so far, over 400 trapped individuals were rescued, and 14 big relocation sites have been built, and over 30,000 people from the affected area have been relocated. The altitude is one of the biggest challenges for most people, especially for those rescue workers from other parts of the country. For example, the average altitude of the epicenter is about 5,000 meters above sea level, so that would be a big challenge. And sometimes the high altitude makes people sick. And also the low temperature is also one of the big challenges. The temperature at night could be as low as minus 15 degrees Celsius in epicenter in Xizang city. But now, since the relief items from central government have been transported to the epicenter, so that would be not a big problem.
Local residents have recalled the moment when the earthquake struck and expressed their gratitude for the help of the People's Liberation Army.
I fell to the ground when the earthquake happened, and a piece of wood hit me on the waist. The People's Liberation Army soon arrived and rescued me.
I could feel the earthquake was quite strong, and buildings collapsed around me. There have been many deaths and injuries of people and livestock. I fainted during the earthquake and was rescued by the People's Liberation Army. I appreciate their help a lot.
My house collapsed, except for the livestock. No person was hurt, thanks to the soldiers who helped us.
Lazo County is about 60 to 70 kilometers away from Dingri County, the epicenter of the earthquake. We spoke to the head of Lazo County about the damage in the area.
People with damaged houses need to be relocated. The tents we have here cannot accommodate everyone for the time being. However, we can meet the needs of relocating people by using rooms in schools, kindergartens, and other safe buildings. And we have added heating equipment inside the tents. There are stoves, cotton-padded clothes, and quilts. This was what I was most worried about, and it's also under inspection. Basically, there's no problem. We will continue to check the safety of houses, the safety of livestock, and the availability of relevant facilities and equipment for medical and health care.
All damaged roads have resumed operations. China's National Disaster Relief Authorities have dispatched 22,000 items of materials to support relief efforts, including tents, coats, and quilts. The Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Emergency Management have allocated 100 million yuan, or about $14 million, to support the rescue and resettlement efforts for affected individuals. This funding will also be used to investigate and address potential secondary disaster risks and repair damaged homes. The National Development Reform Commission has issued another $14 million from the central budget to aid recovery in disaster-affected areas, focusing on rebuilding damaged roads, bridges, schools, hospitals, facilities. China's central bank has opened a green lane to accelerate the allocation of state treasury funds for the disaster relief.
the death toll from a magnitude 6.8 earthquake that hit Dingri County in southwest China's Xizang autonomous region on Tuesday morning has jumped to 126, with 188 others injured, including 28 who are critical, located authorities said. And these 28 people with serious injuries are being treated at local hospitals, and at least 3,609 houses have collapsed, according to local authorities. And China also launched a fourth-level emergency response to Xizang 6.8 earthquake. And China's Ministry of Water Resources on Tuesday launched a fourth-level emergency response to the 6.8 magnitude earthquake that hit Dingri County in Xizang autonomous region. The ministry called for the immediate mobilization of professional and technical teams to conduct a thorough investigation and risk assessment of water conservancy projects in the earthquake-affected area, as well as to evaluate potential secondary disasters. And according to the reports of our CGTN reporters, the earthquake was also felt in Nepal, and there are reports of collapsed houses, while local authorities have dispatched around 1,500 emergency workers for rescue and relief efforts. Military personnel have also been deployed. More than 20,000 emergency relief items such as tents, blankets, and camp beds have been sent to the site. And the experts from the China Earthquake Network Center has a preliminary analysis of the cause of the earthquake and the risk of aftershocks. And according to the expert, the extreme cold in this area could pose a major challenge for emergency rescue operations. As we often talk about the golden 72 hours, meaning that within 3 days, trapped survivors have a higher chance of survival if rescued. However, given the uniquely low temperatures in this area, trapped may not be able to sustain life for that long due to the cold. So the time requirements for the rescue are more stringent than in other regions. From what we can see of the current situation, according to the expert from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the villages near the severely affected areas mainly consist of single-story or at most two-story buildings. This might make rescue operations less challenging. And also we can see from the television footage here that the transportation has been somewhat affected, and as we don't know yet if there are any large-scale landslides or mud flows, and with snow-capped mountains nearby, there's uncertainty about potential rescue works, and if these occur, they would also impact emergency rescue operations. And as of now, the medical teams have also been deployed to the quick hit region. 24 medical rescue team staffed by more than 500 people and over 100 ambulances have been dispatched. And the People's Liberation Army's Xizang Military Command has fielded 3 squads with 70 medics and with medicines and supplies of medical equipment. The National Health Commission called on medical emergency response teams from neighboring provinces and regions to prepare for possible deployment. And so far, the search and rescue efforts continue in southwest China's Xizang region, a day after a magnitude 6.8 earthquake struck, killing 126 people, and more than 180 others have been injured. And according to our CGTN reporters, the city government of Gaza City says over 400 people who were trapped in the rubble in the quake's epicenter of Dingri County have been rescued. More than 30,000 affected residents have been relocated, and the quake struck on Tuesday morning, collapsing thousands of rural houses, damaging roads, and cutting off power. As of Tuesday evening, which is last night, all roads leading into the disaster area have been cleared, and communications have been restored. More than 12,000 rescuers have been deployed so far, and frigid temperatures and the high altitude have posed challenges to rescue operations. The earthquake emergency response in Xizang has been raised to the highest level. Chinese President Xi Jinping has ordered all-out rescue efforts to save lives and minimize casualties. And Vice Premier Zhang Guoqing has led a team to the quicksand to guide the rescue and relief efforts. And all the rescue teams and operation managers and rescue commands are going all out to save lives. And to save lives and to minimize casualties are the preliminary goals for the rescue and relief works. The quake hit the remote border county of Dingri on Tuesday morning, killing 126 people, injuring 188 more, and damaging over 1,000 houses. Within the first 24 hours, more than 400 people have been rescued, including a 90-year grandmother who was put from beneath the rubble. And the rescue teams were immediately mobilized in the race against time. However, the high altitude and promptness and freezing temperature are posing additional challenges. And this Xizang Autonomous Region, also known as the Tibet Autonomous Region, located in southwestern China, and it's known as the roof of the world, spanning an area larger in size than Germany, France, and UK combined. And for more background information, the Dingri County lies on the northern slope of the Himalayas, bordering Nepal to the south, with an average altitude of 45,000 meters. It is home to the northern base camp of Mount Chumlama, the world's highest peak. And with a population of over 60,000, the county is one of the most populous border counties in Xizang Autonomous Region. And this epicenter was located in Zhugu Township, with approximately 6,900 people living within a 20 kilometers radius. This area includes about 27 villages. And as we know, nearly 90% of the county's land is part of the Chumlama National Nature Reserve, which draws global attention due to its unique ecological environment. And the earthquake that hit Dingri County is closely related to the region's ecological structure and plate tectonics, according to our expert from China University of Geosciences. And located in the southern part of the Qinghai-Xizang Plate, Dingri County is situated in one of the world's largest and most seismically active zones. And following the magnitude 6.8 earthquake, aftershocks are occurring in the epicenter area and its surroundings over the coming days and weeks. Generally, the magnitude of aftershocks decreases over time, but due to the high tectonic activity in the Qinghai-Xizang area, there remains a possibility of aftershocks exceeding magnitude 5. And a lot of people are relocated in a temporary resettlement sites in villages around the Dingri County. And a lot of relief tents have been set up there. Measures have been taken to ensure the warmth inside the tents. And according to our reporters on the ground, the tent actually consists of several layers, and it can include a thermal insulation layer, and people can see the tent is as large as a room. All the affected people have got some warm quilts or blankets inside there. And now one of the most challenging tasks is to prevent the secondary disasters, and while the rescue and relief works are going on. According to the authorities of Xizang, there will be a temperature drop of 4 to 8 degrees Celsius starting today till Thursday. And there will also be high winds in the afternoons. No rain so far according to weather forecast, and the sensible temperature during the day is particularly low at such a high altitude. So this has become a challenge for the rescue and relief efforts, which are now in full swing. And the good news is all damaged roads have resumed operations, and the damaged roads, bridge, and the communication have been restored. China's National Disaster Relief Authorities have dispatched 22,000 items of materials to support relief efforts, including tents, coats, and quilts. The Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Emergency Management have allocated 100 million yuan, or about $14 million, to support the rescue and resettlement effort for affected individuals. And according to the agencies, this funding will also be used to investigate and address potential secondary disaster risks and repair damaged homes. The National Development and Reform Commission has issued another $14 million from the central budget to aid recovery in disaster-affected areas, focusing on rebuilding damaged roads, bridges, schools, hospitals, and other public facilities. China's central bank also has opened a green lane to accelerate the allocation of state treasury funds for the disaster relief. And after this 6.8 magnitude earthquake struck Dingri County in Xizang Autonomous Region, Chinese military forces were dispatched to aid the rescue, which is still going on. And the hospital instantly dispatched 2 groups of medical teams to carry out medical relief work in the quick-hit areas of Dingri County and Lezi County. The hospital has vacated 90 beds and freed up the ICU and emergency rooms to carry out medical treatment. Meanwhile, the first flight after the earthquake in Dingri County have safely landed at Dingri Airport in Xizang. The flight was originally scheduled to fly from Chengdu, Sichuan province, to Dingri Airport. Due to the earthquake, it made an alternative landing at Lhasa International Airport and then took off from Lhasa International Airport to carry out an emergency transportation test at Dingri Airport. The Xizang Autonomous Region organized forces to go all out to carry out rescue and disaster relief work and properly resettle the affected people. All aspects of earthquake relief work are being carried out in an intense and orderly manner. The Office of the State Council Earthquake Relief Headquarters and the Ministry of Emergency Management have activated a Level 3 National Earthquake Emergency Response. As we have talked to the experts before, they said the golden 72 hours, meaning that within 3 days, trapped survivors have a higher chance of survival if rescued. So the rescue and relief works in Dingri County is still going on, and it's very intense, we can see from the footage. Given the uniquely low temperatures in this area, trapped victims may not be able to sustain life for that long due to the cold, so the time requirements for the rescue are more stringent than in other regions. And we can see from the current situation that the villages nearly the severely affected areas mainly consist of single-story or at most two-story buildings. This might make the rescue operations less challenging. And we can see from the television footage that some of the transportation and the local facilities have been somewhat affected. So we don't yet know if there are any large-scale landslides blows. So there's uncertainty about potential reservoir. And if some secondary disasters occur, it would also impact emergency rescue operations. And currently, the medical treatment in hospitals is progressing in an orderly manner, and the injured in the earthquake have received effective treatment. The latest data shows that from the admission of the first injured person at 12 o'clock noon yesterday to noon today, the People's Hospital of Xizang City has received a total of 54 injured people, among which 8 are slightly injured and 23 are moderately injured, while 14 are severely injured. At present, 42 people are still being treated in the hospital. And from last night to early this morning, 9 earthquake injured people have already completed surgeries. The treatment is still going on, and by noon today, the full coverage of the earthquake injured people has been achieved. And according to our reporters on the ground, there will be a press conference at 4 p.m. So please stay tuned with CGTN, and we will bring you the latest of the Xizang Autonomous Region's 6.8 magnitude earthquake.
And just take a look at this one. So for this stone, you could see it is larger than my palm size. It is very heavy indeed. So let's take a look at the situation in the village. So for the Mangpu village, it is hard hit by the earthquake. In the Dingri County, according to the estimation today, around 200 households have been damaged because of the earthquake, and also for this village, it is very closely linked to the affected region of the epicenter. Because of the aftershock, you could see some of the area have been damaged. Because of the landsliding, so for some of the village officials, they are concerned about the secondary disasters. So start from today, the Qiugucun will start the evacuation and relocation. And today, it is the first day, and the first batch of the villages with over 300 people will be relocated to a temporary shelter. So now we are coming to the main truck line of the Qiugu village. So for most of the household in the village here, it is made from the earth or the stone. So after the earthquake, you could see for some of the bricks and also the muddy walls, they have been collapsed. Let's continue to take a look inside of the village. After the earthquake, we could see most of the houses are made from earth or mud. And the village has organized the villagers to set up the temporary shelters and also the tents to accommodate the local residents. Right now, all of these people have been resettled to the empty spaces. Now we are heading to the temporary shelters. After the earthquake, according to the rescue staff here for Qiugu village, some of the power has been cut as well as the communication. So today is the day 2 after the earthquake, and we are seeing we have some like diesel oil power generator to provide power. So right now the electricity has been recovered. But still, in this area, you could see we have many motorcycles and also some trucks. And in the afternoon, for the villagers, they will bring some of their daily necessities and transfer their properties to the temporary shelters. So in between the cars, you could see we already have some of the packed supplies. For example, this is the folding bed. And also we have the mattress, the blankets, and quilts. All of these are ready, are packed. And also we are seeing some of the food, such as the meat. And now you could see we have many kids here, and also they are packing up some of the winter clothes. So today, for the local government, they also dispatch some of the drinking waters and also instant noodles. So right now for the Qiugu village, this is the situation about the relocation. Please stay tuned with us of the resettlement of Qiugu village. Thank you.
Friends from the media, good afternoon. We will continue the second press conference to brief you the latest situation about the earthquake happened in the Dingri County of Xizang Autonomous Region. And also, we have invited Hong Li from the Emergency Management Department of Xizang, and also Wang Fanghong, the Deputy Secretary of the Shigazi City, and also the Deputy Head Tan Xiangdong from the Xizang Autonomous Region, and also Meng Hui, Party member of the Xizang Earthquake Bureau, and also the Fire Service Bureau Deputy Wang Tao, and they will brief us the situation of the disaster relief work of the earthquake occurred in the Dingri County, Shigazi City. First of all, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Hong Li to give us an update. Friends from the media. A magnitude 6.8 earthquake struck Dingri County in Shigazi at the depth of 10 kilometers at 9:05 a.m. on Tuesday. Within 20 kilometers of the epicenter, we have 4 townships and also affecting over 20 villages. So right now, we have relocated over 46,000 people. After the earthquake, State Council and the CPC Central Committee attach great importance to the earthquake. The Chinese President Xi Jinping has ordered all-out efforts for the rescue work. So the magnitude 6.8 earthquake has caused huge damages. We have to take all-out efforts to save lives and minimize the casualties. We have to prevent the secondary disasters, properly resettle affected residents, and handle the aftermath work effectively. We have to strengthen the earthquake monitoring and early warning and allocate emergency rescue supplies and speed up to repair the damaged infrastructure and ensure the basic needs of the residents and guarantee a safe and warm winter for all. The Chinese Premier Li Qiang also made important instructions. We have to speed up to verify the situation, understand the casualties, and make all our efforts for the rescue. And we have to strengthen to monitor the situation of the earthquake to prevent secondary disasters, to do what we can to minimize the casualties. So for the epicenter is located in a high-altitude place. In winter, we have to ensure the basic needs of the residents living in that region. According to the important instructions from President Xi Jinping and the Premier Li Qiang, the Vice Premier Zhang Guoqing of China also led a delegate team arrive on site in the epicenter to provide guidance. And also the National Commission for Disaster Reduction and Relief, as well as the Ministry of the Emergency Management, has raised the emergency response level to level 2. And also the earthquake emergency response in Xizang has been raised to level 1. And for the Xizang Autonomous Region has earnestly implemented the guidance and spirit from President Xi Jinping and also followed the instructions of the National Commission for Disaster Reduction and Relief. And also for the head of the Xizang Earthquake Emergency Rescue Center has raced to the epicenter by no time and provide important instructions on the disaster relief work. We emphasize to initiate the contingency plan to save the injuries and also to resettle the affected people. They also provide a lot of guidance for the relief work and also comfort the nerves for the affected people and also verify the situation of the earthquake. For the Xizang Emergency Management Department has followed the national guidance. The Party Secretary, by no time, established a task force called the Relief Work Headquarters of Shigazi City. And also they will provide altogether 10 subgroups to provide support for the disaster relief work. And also we have a number of frontline services to save the injured and the people trapped in the Dingri County. And also for the neighboring cities, also provide a lot of support in the epicenter. After the earthquake, the Emergency Management Department of Xizang Autonomous Region has worked together with other departments and also activate the highest level of the emergency response. And also we try our best to restore the facilities and the functioning of the communication, water supply, etc. As of 12 p.m. today, we have recorded 646 aftershocks. The highest magnitude is magnitude 4.4, 80 kilometers away from the epicenter. And this earthquake caused 126 people dead, 188 people injured, and 3,609 houses collapsed. For all the national highways and the provincial highways had a certain level of damages. For the Dingri County, in certain township, they have some disruption of the communication. With our joint efforts, the major power supply has been restored. So right now, we have mobilized all the available rescue forces, including the PLA. The military forces, armed forces are together 12,000 people to save the lives and to protect the security and the safety of the properties. And right now, we have relocated over 46,000 people. And in the Dingri County, we also have a number of travelers. By noon today, all of these people has been evacuated to safe place. For the medical services, for Shikaza City, together with the neighboring cities, they also sent out 91 medics to provide medical services. So as of now, we have admitted 327 injured. Most of the people are treated and out of the hospital. And we do have some people that suffer from severe symptoms. They're still being treated in the municipal hospital in the Shikaza City. And the National Health Committee of China and also sent out the expert team to provide medical treatment and services. And they already came to the Shikaza City to provide support. As for the relief goods, for the NDRC has invested 100 million yuan to provide support for the rescue and relief work, mainly for repairing the damaged roads, bridges, and restore the services in the public facilities. And for the financial ministry and also the emergency department also allocate 100 million yuan to provide support for the post-construction work in the Dingri County. And we have to do our best to transfer the affected people and treat the wounded, and make sure that we can recover the households after the earthquake. And also, we have dispatched over 2,000 quilts, 5,000 folding beds, 10,000 down coats to the epicenter. And also, we are sending a number of supply goods, such as over thousands of stoves and also thousands of tents, and also over 2,000 of folding beds, blankets, hats, coats, bedding sheets to the epicenter. At the same time, according to the request of the affecting region, we will also coordinate with them and to provide more supplies to the affected region and to meet the needs of the affected residents. And also, for the emergency management department, they will work with relevant enterprises to provide food, stove, blanket, gloves, thermal shirts, etc. And all of these supplies will be also brought to the affected region as well. And also for the Red Cross Society in China also sent out the quilts, folding beds, and the tents altogether, over 4,600 pieces together to ensure the daily life of the affected people. And all of these supplies have been sent to the epicenter and the shelter spaces by different batches. And first, I'd like to talk about some of the features of this earthquake. And this time, it is quite a risky, a very dangerous magnitude. And for this magnitude, it is the highest in the past 5 years. And also for the epicenter, it is located in a high altitude place and also with low temperature in winter. And we also have a big differences of the temperature in the daytime versus the evening. It also poses a lot of challenges for us for the rescue work. And right now, we are moved to the stage of the post-construction and continue our efforts for the resettlement of the local residents. We will continue to follow the instructions from President Xi Jinping and Li Qiang and continue to do a good job in the disaster relief work with the guidance of the National Emergency Management Ministry and also under the support of the local emergency management department and disaster reduction. We will continue to people's life as our top priority. We will continue to monitor the situation and make sure that we could save more lives and minimize the casualties and make sure that all of these people can spend a cozy winter and to prevent the secondary disasters and properly resettle the affected residents and handle the aftermath work effectively. We are fully confident that their homes will be rebuilt. We can guarantee them with a safe and warm winter. Thank you. Now the floor is open for questions. Thank you. With People's Daily, my question is, after the earthquake, for the Chicago municipal government, what measures have you taken to help with the disaster relief work? I will take your question. After the earthquake, President Xi Jinping has attached great importance and also gave a lot of instructions to us. So for the municipal government, we also organized a task force and raced to the epicenter immediately. For the municipal body committee, we have followed the instructions from the President Xi Jinping and Premier Li Qiang. And for the party secretary, they came to Dingri County and provide instructions for the disaster relief work. As of now, we have taken a number of measures. First, we make all our rescue efforts to save lives and put people's lives as the top priority. We try our best to save the trapped personnel. And also, we are working together with the Fire Service Brigade and Western Theater Command and also the rescue workers to continue our work for the rescue. And we have a very detailed search, and right now we have already saved 407 trapped residents. And the second, we will continue our work for the resettlement. And as for the medical services, we have over 100 ambulances and transferred the injured to the hospitals. And for some of the injured people, they got better after the treatment in the hospital. And also, we have designated hospitals in the Dingri County and Chicago City to provide medical services to the injured. And third, we will continue our work for the relocation of the affected residents. As I've just mentioned, we will put people's life as the top priority. We will transfer these people to the safe place. We will do what we can to minimize the casualties. We have over 100 shelter spaces, we have like different ways to resettle these residents. So as of now, we have already relocated over 46,000 people to make sure that these people can be transferred to these shelter spaces safely. And also after the earthquake, we try to evacuate the tourists in Dingri County. And as of now, 484 visitors and travelers has been evacuated back to the city center. And next, we will continue to ensure the supply of the relief goods with the support of the society and the municipal government. We have collected a number of relief supplies such as the quilt, tent, stove, blankets, hats, coats, down coats, medicines, instant noodles, altogether above 42,000 pieces. So for all of these relief goods will ensure the basic livelihood of our people. And also, we organize the rescue forces to restore the power supply and also the communication. And also we try to repair the roads to provide more facilitation for the rescue. So right now, for some of the major roads in the Dingri County are cleared and ensure safe travel for the vehicles. And all the power supply have been recovered. Going next, the Xizang municipal government will continue to follow the instructions from President Xi Jinping and Li Qiang under the strong guidance of the Emergency Management Department of Xizang Autonomous Region. We will continue to cure more lives and also to ensure the basic needs of the affected people. Thank you very much. Next question, please. After the earthquake, so we can see that for Xizang municipal government has also mobilized medical resources to provide support to cure the wounded. Can you tell us more about this situation? Thank you. For the Dingri County after the earthquake, with the support of the National Health Committee, for the local health committee, also activated the emergency response in terms of the medical support. And also, we mobilize all the available resources to treat the injured. We also work with the township medics, and we race to the epicenter, and we will check the condition of the injured. When necessary, we will transfer some of the injured to upper-level hospitals. And also, we set up special ICUs for the injured. For people who suffered from complicated symptoms, we will transfer them to the municipal hospital for further treatment. And we also divided the patients into different levels. For example, those with mild injuries, and also we have someone who are suffered with critical cases. When necessary, we will transfer these people to the key hospitals located in the Xizang Autonomous Region. So we have to prioritize people's lives to ensure that we can offer sufficient needs, sufficient support to the injured. For the National Health Commission, they also organized an expert team with over 300 people. They also stationed in the People's Hospital in the Xizang city. And also there were many times of the online consultation to treat the injured. And also we have the team of infectious disease, and these people also raised to the epicenter to provide the support. And for Xizang Autonomous Region, we also identify a number of experts who are focused on the critical cases. And these people, they also bring the medical equipment and race to the affected region. And also we have the PLA hospitals. They also sent out a task force and expert team to provide support for the rescue of the injured. And also we have the disinfection trucks to disinfect the affected region. And also we have over 100 ambulances on site to transfer the injured. And also, we have sufficient blood reserve to provide the support for the treatment. Going next, we will continue to put people's lives as the top priority and will spare no efforts to save lives. And also, we will provide a tailored plan to treat those people who are suffering in critical conditions. And also, we have to make sure that there's no pandemic occurred after the earthquake. We also provide psychological consultation to the people who are suffered from the earthquake. Thank you very much. Next question, please. Good afternoon, with Xinhua News Agency. Can you tell us more about the earthquake? Any possibilities to have a larger magnitude of the aftershock? I would like to take your questions. According to the CENC, on January 7, 9:05 a.m., we have a magnitude 6.8 earthquake hitting Dingri County in Xizang Autonomous Region, with the depth of 10 kilometers. By 12 o'clock, January the 8th, we have recorded 646 aftershocks. We have 32 times of the magnitude 3 to 3.9 aftershock. And the rest of them are actually in the category of the magnitude 4.0 to 4.9. And also we have a great number of the aftershock happened below the magnitude 2.0. So the largest, highest level magnitude was 4.4. This is occurred at the 9:42 a.m. January the 7th, 80 kilometers away from the epicenter. And also, this area lies within the collision zone between the India and the Eurasia plates, near the renowned Himalaya seismic belt. Its cross exceeded 70 kilometers in thickness, making it one of the thickest in the world. And also, this complex tectonic activity within the crust, this will also cause the fault slipping, folding, and the thrust folding, creating conditions for intense seismic activity. And in 1998, in Chicago, Dingri County also had another type of the earthquake. It is also above magnitude 6. So after the magnitude 6.8 earthquake occurred, so for the Xizang Earthquake Bureau work with the CENC and the other departments to evaluate the current situation since 1950 in the neighboring regions. For the magnitude 6.8 earthquake, among 200 kilometers, we have 7 times of the higher scale of the magnitude of the earthquake. So according to the history and the experiences, based on our analysis, recently, it is possible to have a magnitude from 5 to 6, but we will continue to monitor the situation of the aftershock in Dingri County. And also we will try to observe the parameters to monitor the situation. Thank you. Next question, please. with Xizang daily. Can you briefly tell us the work that has been done by the Xizang Fire Service Brigade? Thank you. I would like to take your question. After the earthquake, for the Xizang Fire Service Brigade, work together with the Forest Fire Service Brigade, has been implemented the instructions from President Xi Jinping, and also we roll out the contingency plan immediately. And also we work with the neighboring counties and the township and race to the epicenter to provide support of the disaster relief work. We have the first group of people, about like 500 people, raised to the epicenter for the rescue work. So as of today, so altogether we have 1,500 officers, 200 fire service trucks, and also over 200 rescue dogs, and also we have like drones to provide support in the disaster relief. We have like 2 rounds of the search and rescue work in the surrounding township. We race with the time and try our best to save lives, and we already saved over 200 trapped residents, and also evacuate and relocate over 46,000 people, and also set up over 1,000 tents overnight. And also we set up the service counters, and also to prevent the fire occurred in the shelter spaces. We continue the patrol and the inspections, and to make sure that there's no risks of fire. And also we equip all of these shelters with the fire extinguisher. We will continue to prioritize people's lives. And also we will follow the instructions of the Emergency Management Department of the Xizang Autonomous Region. We will fight bravely and also work to save lives and minimize casualties after the earthquake. And we will do what we can to ensure the safety of people's lives and their property. Thank you. One last question, please. Xinjiang paper. So right now the general public have attached great importance to the earthquake. So my question is, can you tell us more about the rescue work? Thank you. I would like to briefly answer your question. In order to mobilize the social forces to take part in the disaster relief work, we will take the following measures. So first, we are coming to another stage, that is the resettlement of the affecting people. And for the affecting region, it is located in a high altitude, and also it is extremely cold. And we already have sufficient rescue forces right now. So for the social forces, without approval, please do not come to the affected region. And for those who have already entered into the affected region or the disaster-stricken region, please follow the instructions of the local authorities. I also want to express my gratitude to those who have provided support and also concerned to the earthquake. That's the end of today's press conference. If there's more updates, we will let you know. Please stay tuned with us. Thank you.
注意安全，老魏，他们说一定要注意安全，还有一个，对，还有一个，还有一个
在另一个项救援就行不行？那我们这个我们的这个什么，还有我们现在的情况，我们必须要通过这个乡镇对呀，他们来跟我们说呀。大多数的。有点爬。
China's Xizang region, where search and rescue continue a day after magnitude 6.8 earthquake struck. 126 people have been confirmed dead. More than 180 others have been injured. Now, for more on that, let's cross live to our reporter Zheng Songwu, following the situation very closely from the earthquake's epicenter in Dingri County in the city of Xizang. So first, bring us up to date on the rescue and relief efforts, Songwu.
Well, Pandan, over 5,800 relief items, including quilts, warm clothing, and cotton tents, were transported to the epicenter last night, and 60,000 more relief items are expected to arrive today. And also regarding to medical help, medical experts across China have been in this affected area. For example, the medical experts from Shanghai have been in epicenter, and also one of the top hospitals, the West China Hospital, sent 6 experts who have expertise in trauma medicine and neuroscience, etc. They arrived last night, and as of 2 a.m., they have helped 45 seriously injured patients. And in a local hospital in Dingri County, which is one of the counties in Xizang city, that is 30 temporary shelters have been set up. And as of last night, the hospital has successfully treated or helped 188 people, and most of whom suffered fractures, chest injuries, or brain injuries. Of course, so far more than 12,000 rescue workers, including firefighters, police officers, military personnel, have joined the rescue operations. And so far, over 400 trapped individuals were rescued, and 14 big relocation sites have been built, and over 30,000 people from the affected area have been relocated and sheltered. Pandan.
Now, Songwoo, give us a sense of what difficulties the rescuers are facing right now.
Yeah, the altitude is one of the biggest challenges for most people, especially for those rescue workers from other parts of the country. For example, the average altitude of the epicenter is about 5,000 meters above sea level. So that would be a big challenge. And sometimes the high altitude makes people sick. And also the low temperature is also one of the big challenges. The temperature at night could be as low as minus 15 degrees Celsius in epicenter in Xizang city. But now, since the relief items from central government have been transported to the epicenter, so that would be not a big problem.
救援就行不行？那我们的这个什么。
We start in southwestern China's Xizang region, where search and rescue continue a day after magnitude 6.8 earthquake struck. 126 people have been confirmed dead. More than 180 others have been injured. Now, for more on that, let's cross live to our reporter Xizang, following the situation very closely from the earthquake's epicenter in Dingri County in the city of Ricard. So first, bring us up to date on the rescue and relief efforts.
Well, Brandon, over 5,800 relief items, including quilts, warm clothing, and cotton tents, were transported to the epicenter last night, and 60,000 more relief items are expected to arrive today. And also, regarding to
So let's continue our live stream. First is about the update situation. Because second press conference on the rescue work for the earthquake disasters in Dingri County just concluded, and the situation in the zone, the rescue forces and relocation and resettlement, medical treatment and material support, and the characteristics of the earthquake were introduced. First, let's learn about the update situation. Immediately following the earthquake, the Autonomous Regions Earthquake Relief Command and its member units, including water resources, housing and urban rural development, transportation, and natural resources, activated emergency responses. They conduct comprehensive inspections of the affected population, water conservation, housing, transportation, communication, and other things. So it is the swiftly initiated rescue operations. As of 12 on January 8th, a total of 646 aftershocks have been detected, with the largest being of the 4.4 magnitude, occurring about 18 kilometers away from the epicenter of the main shock. So this earthquake has resulted in the collapse of 3,609 houses, 126 citizens, and 188 injuries. So partial areas of the Dingri and experienced the power outages, and the national and provincial trunk roads. According to the conference, some rural road sections suffered varying degrees of damage. Communication was severely affected in areas such as the Xulo Township in Dingri County after emergency repairs. Communication, roads, and electricity in the seismic zone have been largely restored. Next, let's learn about the rescue forces and relocation and resettlement situation. So, according to the press conference, more than 12,000 personnel from the various levels of emergency rescue, fire rescue, forest firefighting, public security officers, and social emergency rescue and military soldiers have been mobilized for the rescue efforts, sparing no effort to safeguard the lives and property of the people. So far, 385 the resettlement sites have been established, accommodating 30,400 people and 484 tourists, with Dingri County have safely returned to the urban area of Xizang before 12 on January 7. Next, according to the press conference, the medical treatment also have been introduced. The Autonomous region and other areas have dispatched a total of 391 medical staff to carry out medical treatment for the earthquake disaster. So far, a total of 327 patients have been admitted and treated, with more than 2/3 of the patients discharged after treatment. According to the conference, while the others are still being treated with full efforts, the severely injured patients are mainly suffering from areas, while the injured patients are dealing with external injuries and fractures. The critically ill patients have been transferred to Xizang City People's Hospital. The National Health Commission has sent 27 experts, including specialties and they have been transferred to Xizang City People's Hospital to guide the treatment. Next, the official introduced about material support. The National Development and Reform Commission has urgently allocated 100 million yuan from the central budget to support the post-disaster emergency recovery in the earthquake-stricken area of Xizang, focusing on the emergency restoration and construction of damaged infrastructure and public service facilities such as roads, bridges, schools, and hospitals. The Ministry of Finance and Ministry of the Emergency Management have urgently pre-allocated 100 million yuan from the Central Natural Disaster Relief Fund, and autonomous region have allocated 30 million yuan from its own Natural Disaster Relief Fund. This fund supported Xizang in carrying out earthquake disaster relief work with a focus on search and rescue, relocation and resettlement of relief personnel, emergency disposal such as hazard elimination and investigation of these kind of disastrous risks. According to the press conference, the central warehouse has located 2,000 cotton tents, 5,000 cotton quilts, and 10,000 cotton coats. The autonomous region's warehouse has located 1,801 folding beds. According to the material needs of the disaster area, materials are being urgently allocated from the autonomous region's nearby county reserves to ensure that affected people received timely assistance. So at the same time, the Ministry of Emergency Management has urgently activated the Emergency Material Collaborative Support Mechanism, coordinating emergency food, electric blankets, hats, gloves, and warm clothing donated by caring enterprises and relevant foundations, which are also being successfully transported to the disaster area. According to the press conference this afternoon, they also introduced about the other situations is the seismic zone rescue forces and relocation and resettlement and medical treatment, also material support and the characteristics of the earthquake were introduced. According to the report, no geological disasters such as the avalanche have been observed so far on the mount, and the world's highest peak after the 6.8 magnitude earthquake. And the scientists said the casualties and houses collapse have been reported in Dingri, which is home to the northern base camp of the mount, has no affected by the earthquake. So that's all of the information from the press conference from this afternoon, and we can see that the second press conference on the rescue work for the earthquake disaster in Dingri County. So that's all of the situation right now introduced to you. Please stay tuned. Bye for now.